and join our TV10 broadcast crew.
Very similar at the stage in terms of their maturity and how they're developing into showmen and how comfortable they are as they get out here in the ring. But my third best out here today is a young man with the Hereford heifer on the end. Congratulations.
Congratulations to all three of those individuals. After we have pictures, we will be selecting the overall grand champion showman, and from our senior division that will be Paige Knott. Intermediate division will be Briar Moss, and from our junior division will be Sadie Jenkins. Those three individuals will need to compete for the overall grand champion showman.
Ollie's VIP Northside at 36 Veronica Drive, Martinsburg is your favorite place to have a great meal, a good time, and to catch all the games. Join us Mondays for 75-cent wings and follow your favorite team from the bar on our 17 TVs located all throughout the bar or from the outdoor fire pit. Ollie's has great food and drink menus and features specials for every day of the week, including Saturdays when you can get a 16-ounce ribeye steak grilled the way you want it for just $24.95. That's Ollie's VIP Northside at 36 Veronica Drive, Martinsburg. We'll see you for the game.
Mimi and Papa's Dips and More is located at 519 Winchester Avenue, Suite 2 in Martinsburg, and features a wide range of items that you will find for yourself or as great gifts. They carry tasty dips, dessert, and sweet treat mixes, Kitchen Kettle Village jams, jellies, relishes, and pickles, Fisher's popcorn, country home decor, Keeper of the Light candles, and many other gift items. Mimi and Papa's Dips and More is open Tuesday through Friday from 11 a.m. to 6 p.m. and Saturdays from 10 a.m. to 4 p.m.
At Carter Myers Automotive, what we do today will tomorrow become what we've done. That's why Owners Just Do More no longer defines us. Our work is never done because what we live by doesn't have a finish line. We care. Our company of owners is moving lives forward every day by finding more ways to care before, during, and after your purchase. Because when you're happy, so are we. Carter Myers Automotive. Proud to be the owners who just care more.
We're the Skinner Brothers. Most folks only need a lawyer once or twice in their lives. And when they're injured or in an accident, most people don't know what to do. We get it. It can be overwhelming.
Nobody likes to be told you need a lawyer, but that's why we're here. We want to get you back to your normal life and help you recover.
So if you or a loved one has been in an accident, give us a call. Let us figure out how we can get you compensation.
Reach us at SkinnerWins.com or Google Skinner Lawyers. We'll treat you like family.
Sheer Delights at 320 Wilson Street in Martinsburg provides men, women, and children's haircuts, highlights, color, perms, updos, styles, and waxing. Schedule a visit with our stylist or walk in. Contact us by phone at 304-264-0920 or email at trudystarliper@yahoo.com or by visiting our Sheer Delights Facebook page. Our hours of operation are Monday from 9 to 2, Tuesday through Friday from 9 to 7, and Saturdays from 9 to 3.
Division is Mr. Briar Moss. And our junior division winner is Miss Sadie Jenkins. Congratulations to all three of you. Champions awards were sponsored by Jeff and Shelley Schroppert. They gave a gift for that individual. Summit Community Bank will give $35, $15 from Windy Rock Farm, that's George and Brenda Miller, a belt buckle from Boyd's Veterinarian Service and Boyd's Show Cattle and Scott Boyd Family. Our reserve champion will receive a gift from Jeff and Shelley Schroppert, $10 from Windy Rock Farm, that is George and Brenda Miller. And third place will receive $5, and that is from Windy Rock Farm, George and Brenda Miller. We thank those individuals for their sponsorship of the junior division showmanship. Receive a rotating plaque that is from the Berkeley County Farm Bureau. They'll also receive a banner from M&M Simmental, the Jim Moore family. So we thank those individuals that will sponsor our overall champion, which is in the ring right now.
guys. Let's give all these exhibitors a big round of applause. For those of you all that are either just tuning in or haven't been totally following along just real close, this young lady with the black heifer, she was our champion senior showman, and she's back out here in contention for champion overall showman. And then the young man with the yellow steer here in the middle, he was our champion intermediate showman for his age division. And then the young lady with dozer down here on the end was our champion junior showman. So let's give all three of these exhibitors a big round of applause on getting their Division I. And that being said, I think that it kind of comes down to what I said earlier. I mean, we're evaluating three totally different age groups of kids and three totally different maturity levels. But I tell you what, as we back off the cattle and evaluate them all set up there on the side profile, all three of these kids know what they're doing. They're all very aware of where I am and where they need to be. They're very good at using the space in the ring, and then, you know, the most important thing is that they're good at getting these cattle set up and getting the cattle to look to the best of their absolute ability. And there's something to be said for that, because it takes a lot of hard work at home, and then it takes a lot of hard work and effort at the show as well to be able to make your cattle cooperate that way. So my hat's off to you. It's been a lot of fun evaluating this showmanship contest. And then to revisit with what I said earlier in regards to picking our champion, you know, if I was in a position to where, you know, we had two heifers that were in one class of my own personal cattle, and we were at a show, and I needed to grab a second person, whether it be an adult or kid or whatever it was, to take an animal in the ring, I want to be able to reach and grab whatever showman I end up selecting today to be able to send them in the ring with one of my calves and know that they're going to do what I need to be done in terms of them representing my cattle when they take them into the ring. So that's like the number one thing in the back of my mind as I look and I evaluate these kids. Obviously in this deal we only get to pick one champion overall, so I would say, that being said, that I would be pretty proud to send any of my cattle in the ring with any of these three individuals, but it's my job out here today to only select one. So let's give these kids another big round of applause. I'm going to take another look and get you guys a champion showman.
Our overall grand champion showman is Miss Paige Knott. Congratulations. The next we have is Class 9. That is the round robin preliminary showman. That individual is from Class 1, which was the previous winner, and from this class that was just here, the overall, which was Paige Knott. I do not believe Andrew Bohr is here, correct? Or he is? Andrew is here? Yep, out there he is, I see him. All right, so very good. So we'll go ahead and get pictures, and then we'll go ahead and do the round robin preliminary showman. Once we have finished up with our showmanship, we will start with our Angus class. So that will be Division II, junior yearling, and we have two individuals that will be in that class. That is Skylar Hook and Anna Grove. So those individuals, once we have picked the round robin, will need to make their way ringside to start our breeding show. From our previous winner division, we have Mr. Andrew Bohr. And from the Class 8, our overall champion was our senior winner, Miss Paige Knott. division will advance to our preliminary round robin showmanship tomorrow, representing the beef.
Well, let's give these two exhibitors another round of applause. So we're wrapping up our showmanship contest out here, and we just got through our senior champion and our intermediate champion, our junior champion. We picked our overall champion of our particular winners for those age divisions today, and then our young man up here on the end with the heifer calf, he was our champion senior showman last year and champion overall showman last year, so he's now entered into the round robin. So we saw him way back at the beginning of the showmanship contest. He was in a class all by himself, and now he gets to revisit out here against our overall champion. So hopefully you guys ringside are able to follow along with what we're doing out here. And I was just visiting with both of them as they were filling me in on what this round robin showmanship is. Tomorrow, the winner of this actually gets to go show a lamb and a goat and a dairy and beef tomorrow. So I think that's really, really cool to do that round robin deal like that. And with just having two individuals out here, my hats are off to both of them because they're both extremely competitive and they definitely both know what they're doing. Very attentive to me. They do a tremendous job of getting these cattle set up. You know, obviously the young lady, we've gotten to watch her show all day, and that's been a lot of fun because she's doing a lot of things right. And then the young man on the end, he's got two things working against him. And one thing that I'm going to point out that's always tough in these showmanship competitions, when you come back as the guy that won or the girl that won the year prior, and you don't get to have a judge evaluate you throughout the day, it is very tough to come in a class by yourself on your own at the beginning and then come back in and compete with somebody that the judge has been evaluating all day long. So that's the first thing he's got working against him, and that is not your fault. That's just the way the cookie crumbles out here, and that's not something that I am going to hold against you by any stretch of the imagination. But the second thing is the fact that this is a heifer calf that's probably her first time to the show. So when the young man does get her set up, I mean, she looks incredible. He can get her feet where she needs to. He can get her head up in the air. You know, he can get her loin. He knows how to make this calf look good. She just wants to fight him at the halter when he asks the cattle to go. And like I said, that's something that's just going to come with time. It's not because I don't think the young man's got enough experience or because he's not qualified to get that calf broke. It's just probably her first time to town. And I think the more visits she has into the show ring, the better she's going to continue to do for you, young man. So my hat's off to him for bringing a calf out here because that's hard to do. Then the young lady, we've talked about her today, just so aware of what's going on and just so aware of how she needs to make her particular heifer look when she gets out here in the ring. And a term that I used earlier was just bulletproof. And I think that is the best way to describe her. And I think even though we've been evaluating them all day and we haven't got to see the young man out here and get quite as much ring time as the young lady, she's going to be the champion in this division. Let's give her a big round of applause.
All right, our winner of Class 9 round robin preliminary showmanship, that will be Paige Knott, so she will be the individual representing the beef breed in the round robin tomorrow evening. We are getting, once we get pictures taken here, we'll get ready to start our breeding show. Our breeding show will start off with Angus. We only have 2 entries in the Angus breed. Those two individuals will be Skylar Hook, representing the Blue Ridge Helping Hands 4-H Club, and we'll have Anna Grove from Martinsburg FFA. We'd also like to thank our sponsors for the Angus show. The champion will receive $15 from Wendy Farm, George and Brenda Miller, and the reserve Angus will receive $10 also from Wendy Rock Farm, George and Brenda Miller. So we truly thank that family for sponsoring the Angus show. Just to let everyone know, the sponsorships that we have for the Berkeley County Youth Fair are tremendous, the number of individuals that support each year annually for what we do. So we truly thank each and every one of them for all their sponsorships and the help that they give us. It'd be awful tough to put on a show or to be able to take and give out some of the awards and stuff we give out without those sponsorships. So again, we thank each and every one of our sponsors.
Ollie's VIP Northside at 36 Veronica Drive, Martinsburg is your favorite place to have a great meal, a good time, and to catch all the games. Join us Mondays for 75-cent wings and follow your favorite team from the bar on our 17 TVs located all throughout the bar or from the outdoor fire pit. Ollie's has great food and drink menus and features specials for every day of the week, including Saturdays when you can get a 16-ounce ribeye steak grilled the way you want it for just $24.95. That's Ollie's VIP Northside at 36 Veronica Drive, Martinsburg. We'll see you for the game.
Mimi and Papa's Dips and More is located at 519 Winchester Avenue, Suite 2 in Martinsburg, and features a wide range of items that you will find for yourself or as great gifts. They carry tasty dips, dessert, and sweet treat mixes, Kitchen Kettle Village jams, jellies, relishes, and pickles, Fisher's popcorn, country home decor, Keeper of the Light candles, and many other gift items. Mimi and Papa's Dips and More is open Tuesday through Friday from 11 a.m. to 6 p.m. and Saturdays from 10 a.m. to 4 p.m.
At Carter Myers Automotive, what we do today will tomorrow become what we've done. That's why Owners Just Do More no longer defines us. Our work is never done because what we live by doesn't have a finish line. We care. Our company of owners is moving lives forward every day by finding more ways to care before, during, and after your purchase. Because when you're happy, so are we. Carter Myers Automotive. Proud to be the owners who just care more.
Skylar Hook, Blue Ridge Helping Hands 4-H Club. Her calf was born 4/7 of 22. Anna Groves, Martinsburg FFA, 4/11 of 22. This is our junior yearling heifers, born January 1 to June 30th of 2022. Individuals will be getting ready to come in for our Hereford part of the show. We're going to bring all three classes in at one time. Our junior heifer calf, that individual for class 1 of the Herefords will be Andrew Bohr. From class 2, which will be our senior heifer calf, that'll be Parker Burtz. And our junior yearling heifer from the Hereford division is Taryn Payne. So those three individuals will need to bring their animals ringside, and we'll bring all three Herefords in together.
Well, there's two heifers in our Angus division of our breeding cattle show this morning, and I think there's two very good individuals out here that both are doing a lot of the right things. I'm going to go ahead and use the young lady to my right and you're all in the stands left. I just think that this one, in terms of the way that she's got that lower turn to her rib cage, I think she's a little more expressive and just has a little bit more turn to the upper part of her rib shape. And then when I step in behind this heifer, I think that she's maybe just a little wider in terms of her overall pin width, and one that I really appreciate when we ask the cattle to go. I just think in terms of her structural correctness and the integrity that she has when she hits the ground and goes into motion, she just does the most things right, and she's going to win this particular class and then go on to be our champion Angus heifer, because these are the only two heifers in the class. Young lady's heifer that ends up second, then will end up being your reserve champion Angus heifer. Very similar in type and kind to the heifer that wins the class. I like her in terms of the way that she gets out and goes about the ring, very correct and very sound when you ask her to go. One that's very fluent in terms of her movement. Just a heifer that gives up the overall turn to her lower rib cage, and one that's maybe a little narrower pinned and not quite as explosive in terms of her muscle shape as the heifer that wins the class. But two very, very similar cattle that I think are very good representations of the Angus breed. The young lady ahead will be your champion, and the young lady behind will be your reserve. Let's give them a big round of applause in that Angus division.
Winning the class and also champion is Anna Grove. Second in the class and reserve champion is Skylar Hook. We are taking pictures at the end, so the parents, your champion and reserve champion ribbons will be given out then at the pictures. So we're going to take all pictures once we're finished with the show today. All right, so we have three individuals that will be coming in for the Hereford show from Class 1 Junior Heifer Calf. That is Andrew Bohr. Coming in with his junior heifer calf, born after January 1 of 2023. In Class 2, Parker Burtz. That calf is July 1, 2022 to December 31st, 2022. And our junior yearling heifer from Class 3 is Taryn Payne. That is a January 1, 2022 to June 30th of 2022. We will place these in 1, 2, 3, and we'll also have our champion and reserve from the Hereford division. Our Hereford champion will receive $15 from Matt Ware, and our reserve champion, Hereford, will receive $10 from Matt Ware. So we thank Matt for sponsoring our Hereford breeding show.
our champion drive for our champion Hereford heifer. So for you guys following along in your programs or ringside, these three individuals didn't have any other competition in their particular classes. So instead of bringing them in individually and talking about them without any other competition out here, we brought them back as one group, or brought them in as one group. So we got our calf division, and then we got our summer division, and then we got our yearling division down here on the end. So all three of them would have won their class if they came in here prospectively previously, just as single entries. So now we're going to take the time and evaluate them, and I think looking at the heifer calf up front out of the first class, or what would have been the first class, love this heifer in terms of how long and extended she is throughout the front 1/3 of her skeleton, clean at the floor of her chest. I like the way she ties in right there at her heart and her chest floor, right into the center portion of her rib cage. Kind of hard to evaluate this heifer in terms of her pin set and the way she lays into her spine, because she's been fighting the halter the entire time she's been out here. But I think that heifer's got a world of future, and I think that the way she sets them down on the ground, and in terms of how much muscle and dimension she's got, as well as the turn to her lower rib cage and that extension throughout the front 1/3, gives her a very, very nice show ring look from the side profile, and just is a very, very unique kind of a female. Young man's heifer coming out of that summer division. We like this one just in terms of her overall cow power. Wide pin, got some muscle shape she carries down low, got some center portion to her rib cage there, maybe a little plainer, and a little plainer about her chest floor and right there below her jaw in comparison to the heifer ahead of her. But I think a heifer that's got a world of future in terms of being a cow prospect for the young man, and is going to make a really, really good addition to his Hereford cow herd. Then we round the class out with one, rounding out of the last class, with our class winner that would have been the yearling. We like this one just in terms of the way that she's level out of her top line. She ties high out of the top side of her shoulder. One we can appreciate for her structural correctness. Just one that I wonder if, just in terms of weight per day of age, if she's as far enough along as she should be, being a January. But that being said, I think that this one has a world of future in just being an easy keeping kind of a cow, as this one goes out and make a breeding project for the young ladies. So that being said, I think all three of these exhibitors deserve a round of applause. Really, really nice Hereford division out here. I'll go out and show you your champion in reserve.
Each one of these will receive first place as far as our class is concerned. Our champion is our senior heifer, our junior heifer of Andrew Boers. Our reserve champion will be the senior heifer calf of Parker Burtz. So congratulations to those two individuals. Those individuals will need to be waiting to come in the ring when we select the overall female at the end of the show. Next division will be our Simmental division. We have three classes, and I'll wait for Andrew to get where he needs to be here because he has the first class. So our junior heifer calf in the Simmental division is exhibited by Andrew Boer. That was 2/14 of 2023. This is our junior yearling heifer from our Simmental division. From our Simmental division, and it's exhibited by Andrew Boer. In our next class, class 3, it is our junior yearling heifers. We are looking for 5 individuals in that class. Kirsten Runner, Delane Wilburn, Chelsea Lewis, Claire Cameron, and Paige Knott.
Really nice entry out here in our calf class for our Simmental show. Just a really, really nice place to start off. I like this heifer when you study her at the ground. Very, very flexible in terms of her hock and the way she uses her pastern. Takes a nice big long stride, picks her front foot up and drops her hind leg right where that front foot was just at. And I think that there's a testament to be said for how structurally sound and well put together that one is at the ground when you ask that one to go. Love the center portion of her cage. I think she's got some boldness and some dimension when you get behind her. One that carries some rib shape up high. And I think in terms of her fill today, she might just be looking a little bit up right there in the center portion of her loin. But I think that that could come with just being a calf and fighting a halter, not just completely relaxed. But love the extension throughout the front one-third of that one skeleton. Love that one at the ground. Just a really, really nice place to start our Simmental show. Congratulations to the young man.
Winning that class is Andrew Bohr. All right, coming into the ring from Class 3, junior yearling heifers. These are born January 1, 2022 to June 30th, 2022. We are looking for, our first entry is Kirsten Runner, 4'9" of 22. Delane Wilburn, 5'2" of 22. Chelsea Lewis, 1'6" of 22. Claire Cameron, 3'21" of 22. And Paige Knott, 4'15" of 22.
cows to sort through, lots of differences in types and kinds of cattle, and you know, this particular breed obviously has a lot of differences, not just with only the markings, but the way that they kind of can develop in terms of how they are with their maturity pattern and the way that they start to lay some of their muscle on their skeleton as they get older. And I think the one that keeps that in check the best is the young lady's solid black heifer. I just love this one in terms of the center portion of her rib cage. She's just bold in terms of how she carries that up high, one that you can appreciate in how level she is out of her top. She ties in high out of the top side of her shoulder, nice and square out of her hip and level the way that tail head sets into it. Just a really, really nice heifer on the standstill, and then one that I think just excels in this class on the go. I think she's the soundest in her hock. I think she's the most flexible in her pastern, and I think that the way that she's designed in her shoulder and the angle to her shoulder lets her get out and move with the least amount of problems, and then ties that into just a very attractive kind of a show heifer package. Really, really logical place to start for me, just my kind of female. Just really, really nice place to start. Young lady with the black and white heifer, you're second, so you can pull that one out here. I'm going to like to talk about her next. This heifer I love on the standstill. She's bigger in terms of her bone work than our heifer that wins the class. She's bold at the ground, a heifer that's stouter and wider pinned up high and carries that with some more muscle and dimension down low. But with that being said, she's a little bolder and a little coarser there in the point of her shoulder. And then where this one gets beat by the heifer that wins the class is she's just too tight in terms of her structure. Needs to flex better out of her hock and needs to set down with a little more comfort at the ground in her pastern. But I tell you what, that one standing still has got a killer look, awesome headed, awesome necked, and just got a lot of product there that's going to go on to make an awesome cow for the young lady. Just need to change her structure. Young lady coming in third. This is the cow power group here. This is a really, really nice female. Stout up high, carries some muscle down low, one that you can appreciate in terms of her structure. Not perfect and not totally there in terms of how soft she is when she sets them down on the ground. But I tell you what, if you get off of her and imagine her with an udder raising a calf out in a pasture full of grass, she's going to make a beautiful cow for the young lady. Just a little further along in her condition, starting to drop there in the center portion of her chest floor, and then getting a little plainer up there through her front end, but one that you can appreciate for her muscle, her power, her dimension, and her cow power for the young lady. Congratulations to her. Young lady coming next. Really like this heifer when you set her in motion. She's sound. She sets down on a big foot, comfortable on the go. Maybe just needs to be a tick longer in her stride when she goes, but I tell you, that heifer on the standstill gives you a really nice look. Level down her top, ties high out of the top side of her shoulder, pretty headed, tight right there in her throat latch down into her chest floor. I just need to get this one down in terms of her tail head. She wants to sit that up on the top of her spine there, and it just kind of throws her off in terms of her balance. But I think this one's really, really good on the standstill, and one that I appreciate for her structure. A really nice heifer that runs into a couple really, really good heaters ahead of her. Round the class out with a heifer that's big in her footwork and big in her bone work. With that, she just needs to be deeper in the center portion of her rib cage and just be a little bolder sprung to compete with the cattle ahead of her today, but one we can really appreciate for her levelness atop and her extension throughout the front one-third of her skeleton. Let's congratulate all these Simmental exhibitors on a really nice class with a really, really good class winner.
All right, so winning the class is Paige Knott. Second is Claire Cameron. Third is Chelsea Lewis. Fourth is Elaine Wilburn. And Kirsten Runner rounds out the class in fifth. We have a single entry in our senior yearling heifer class, born 8/15 of 2021. That individual is Caleb Fox.
finish up our Simmental show, and just a single entry, but I think one that brings a lot of cool, unique pieces to the table. Love this one in the way that her skull's designed, very up-headed, very tight there in her throat latch, one that's very long and extended throughout the front one-third of her skeleton. For a senior yearling, I think she's very good in terms of her condition. I like her in her chest floor, one that's pretty sound as you ask her to get out and go, and one I really like just in terms of how stout she is up high. Got a lot of muscle, got a big old hip in her, carries that down into her lower quarter. Just if we need to change and pick on this one ever so slightly, I think at this stage of the game, being a senior yearling, I'd like to see her a little heavier along in calf and maybe just drop her in the center portion of her cage and just get her a little bolder and deeper right there through her middle of her rib cage. But I think on the standstill and on the move, you can appreciate that one. Very up-headed, very attractive, and one that does a lot of good things for the young man. Really nice single entry here. Let's give the young man a round of applause.
Winning that class is Caleb Fox. We need the following individuals to enter the ring for the selection of our champion and reserve champion, Simmental. From Class 1, Andrew Bohr, 2/14/2023. From our junior yearling heifer class, Class 3, we are looking for Paige Knott, 4/15/2022. And in Class 4, Caleb Fox, 8/5/2021. Sponsor for today's show, for the champion will receive $15. That's Boyd Show Cattle, John Boyd, DVM, and Scott Boyd. Our reserve champion will receive $10, also from Boyd Show Cattle. That's John Boyd, DVM, and Scott Boyd. We want to thank those individuals for sponsoring our Simmental show.
To evaluate out here, and we talked about the calf as she came out of that first class just being really good in terms of her structure. We liked her at the ground, we liked how flexible she was, loved the center portion of her cage, as well as that extension throughout the front one-third of her skeleton. Probably pushing it in terms of being full today, and maybe wants to throat her up right there in the center portion of her back, but I think today that calf just kind of fits the mold for what a young breeding female should look like. Real sound at the ground, good in terms of her structure, good in terms of her body, good in terms of her cage, and then gives you that awesome show heifer look from the side. Just a really, really nice kind of a heifer calf to win that first class. And then we get into the heifer that came out of the second division, and I think this one, just in terms of her maturity pattern, I love the way this one's coming together. She's still long and extended throughout the front one-third of her skeleton, tight there in her throat latch. I love her in terms of her condition. I mean, it's not easy to keep one fresh like this, and it's not easy to keep one in that kind of a rig as they start to develop into a bred heifer, but this young lady's done a tremendous job. Ties high out of the top of her shoulder, dead level down her top, square out of her hip, one that's got some muscle and some dimension when you get in behind her, and then love this one in terms of the lower portion of her cage. She carries that rib cage with some spring up top, and she's bowled off the top side of loin, and then when you evaluate this one at the ground, her structure is just awesome. I mean, very sound and very fluent in her movement when you ask her to go. Just a very, very good combination, kind of a bred female comes out of our second class. Then the young man with the senior yearling out of the end. I love this one in terms of her muscle. Wide up, high, stout, and carries a lot of muscle and dimension down into her lower quarter. One that we can appreciate in terms of her structure. Love her extension throughout the front 1/3 of her skeleton, but the way we talked to her in class, we just need the depth in her right there in the center portion of her rib cage and give her a little bit more of a sweeping look to the bottom side of her skeleton, just to kind of excel her to the top with those cattle that stand ahead of her. But I think a really, really unique set of Simmental cattle out here. The young lady out of the second class is going to be your champion. Congratulations. It's tighter for reserve. We talked about the black and white heifer that was second to the heifer we used to win the class, and we love this one on the standstill. Very good in terms of the lower portion of her cage. We liked her in terms of her front 1/3. She ties high out of the top side of her skeleton. When we talked about her condition, we thought maybe she was pushing it and just starting to drop right there, and maybe needs to be elevated at the bottom of her chest floor ever so slightly. But one we loved in terms of the muscle and capacity that she's got. Stout up high, probably the stoutest pinned and the biggest muscle heifer in the class. But I think with that added muscle, we talked about her being a little coarser right there at the point of her shoulder, and it just kind of affecting her structure when she gets out and goes. So that's kind of my hang up on the black and white heifer, and then we evaluate the one ahead of her. I think the baby calf up front is probably the most like our champion. She's going to go ahead and be your reserve. Congratulations to the young man.
Paige Knott is our champion with her junior yearling heifer from the Simmental division, and Andrew Bohr is our reserve champion with the junior heifer calf. We will now start our all other breed show. Our junior heifer calf, born after January 1 of 2023, will be Chelsea Lewis. It is a maintainer. Will need to be on deck for the senior heifer calf, all other breeds. We are looking for Grace Moore with a red Angus and Cheyenne Burtz with a black Hereford. This is probably, as far as anyone knows, this is the first time we've ever shown a black Hereford here at the Berkeley County Youth Fair.
We'll get into our all other breeds division out here. We got a maintainer heifer that I think brings a lot of good to the table. Love this one when you get off of her and evaluate it from the side. Level and square down her top, ties high into the top side of her shoulder. Just a very up-headed and smooth in her pattern in terms of her muscle. One you really like at the point of her shoulder and the way that she's so correct and good in her angles at her knee. And then one when you evaluate her on her hind end. This one's very, very sound. She's level. She's very, very square when she sets all four of them at the ground. Very, very smooth and very, very sound when you ask that one to go in motion. Flexes her hock just right. Square out of the top side of her blade. Just a heifer that does a lot of things right. Obviously immature and has a long ways to go, but I think that the young lady's got a really good breeding piece here that just does a lot of things right, and I think she could withstand some more competition if we had it out here. Let's give a big round of applause to the young lady. Congratulations.
So the junior heifer calf, all other breeds, with the maintainer is Chelsea Lewis. Coming into the ring, we have our senior heifer calf, Grace Moore with a red Angus, 9/16 of 22, and Cheyenne Burtz with our first black Hereford, 11-3 of 22.
Out here, very, very different in their type and kind. I'm going to go ahead and use the red heifer to win this particular class. I think she just does the most things right. You'd look at this one from a structural standpoint, and she's sound. One that gets out and takes a nice long stride, uses her hock and her pastern correctly. Maybe wants to be a little straighter right there out of the front of her shoulder and in her knee, but if you evaluate her comparison to the heifer behind her, she just beats her in terms of how much muscle she's got. She's stout up high, has some muscle dimension down low, and then she's so bold in the center portion of her rib cage and carries that and ties into her loin. Just a heifer you really like when you get off the side of her, and as well as when you get in behind her. Just a very, very fault-free kind of a female that is a nice logical place to start for me. Black Hereford heifer coming in next. Man, this one gives you an awesome look from the side. Long and extended throughout the front 1/3, very up-headed. This heifer's her ears are forward all the time and just has awesome presence and balance. But I think this heifer just wants to get a little rounder out of her hip, and one that with being a little rounder like that just gives up some muscle and gives up the overall capacity and boldness of rib as the heifer that wins the class. But a very, very good pair of AOB heifers with a really nice class winner.
Winning the class is Grace Moore with a red Angus. Second is Cheyenne Burtz with the black Hereford. So we will need the following individuals to come back into the ring to select our champion and reserve champion of all of the breed. From Class 1, Chelsea Lewis with her maintainer. 222 of 23. And Grace Moore with a red Angus, 916 of 22. Cheyenne will stand in reserve with her black Hereford.
nice representatives, and we talked about them in class, but I just want to revisit on the maintainer heifer calf that wins the first class. Love this one in her structure. This calf at the ground is just so sound and just sets down so comfortably on all four. And then when you step off the cattle, when she's standing still, you appreciate her and how long and extended she is throughout her front 1/3. Love her in her head, love the design of her skull and the way she transitions into a nice flat shoulder. Very good in her angles, the way that she sets them down. Has some center portion to her rib cage, is dead level down her top, and one that I think for this stage of the game has plenty of muscle and just balances up the most fault-free of the pair that we have out here. Love the young lady's red heifer in terms of how much muscle and dimension she's got. She's bolder in the center portion of her cage and bolder in her cage and ties a little higher right there as she rounds out into her loin. And one that I probably like a little better when I get off the cattle and get in behind her. But I think, like we mentioned in class, she's a little bit tighter there in her heart and just wants to be a little bolder right there at her shoulder, and maybe doesn't keep it together when she comes at me and goes away from me in terms of her structure, like the heifer calf that wins the class ahead of her. Now, with that being said, there's a lot more heifer and a lot more maturity that this thing's got to get out and move compared to the baby calf ahead of her. But I think in terms of structure and in terms of overall balance and look, the baby calf out of the first class is going to win, and we're going to use the solid red heifer to be reserved. Congratulations to you guys.
With her maintainer is Chelsea Lewis. Reserve is Grace Moore with her red Angus. We'd like to thank our sponsors for all other breeds. The champion will receive $15. The reserve champion will receive $10, and both of those are Shepherdstown Pharmacy. So we want to thank them for their sponsorship. We're now going to start with Crossbreds, our senior heifer class. These are July 1, 2022 to December 31st, 2022. Our first entry is Lane Gosnell, Tomahawk 4-H Club, and Rebecca Fox, Hedgesville FFA.
Challenging and interesting classic crossbreds here. Lots of differences in type and kind, lots of difference in age, and lots of difference in size, but I think if you put those things aside and just evaluate the cattle based off their phenotype in front of you, you got to use the black and white Hereford marked heifer to win the class. I think she's just better in the lower portion of her cage. I think she's a little better in terms of her structure and the way that her foot's designed, and I think she's just better in her rib cage and square out of her hip than the heifer that comes in second. Young man's got a really nice heifer that's long and extended throughout her front 1/3. Just one that I think gets a little quick in her maturity pattern. I mean, she's big boned, she sets down with a lot of circumference, but one that we really need to drop right there in the center portion of her cage and just spring her up in terms of her rib cage to make that one look a little bit more like a breeding female. But I think a very, very nice, extended, long-bodied kind of a female that comes in too. Very, very good pair of crossbred cattle. Congratulations to both those exhibitors.
All right, leading the class is Rebecca Fox. Second is Lane Gosnell. In our next class, our junior yearling heifers, January 1 of 2022 to June 30th of 2022. We are looking for Delane Wilburn and Taryn Payne.
Well, a really nice pair of heifers here in our Crossbred show, and I'm just going to go ahead and use the solid red heifer that I think's got the most cow power. I like this one out of her hip. I like her down her top. I think she's extended and attractive throughout the front 1/3 of her skeleton. And then I think she's just the best in the center portion of her rib cage and probably sets down the most comfortably on her hind too out of the pair of cattle that we have out here. And I think she's going to go on and make a very nice breeding piece for the young lady's cow herd. So congratulations to her. Solid black heifer standing there. You really like this one out of her front 1/3. Ties high out of the top side of her shoulder, very up-headed and tight in her throat latch. One that's probably better at the base of her chest floor than the red heifer that wins the class. But with that being said, she's a little tighter in her forerib, one that needs to be dropped right there in the center portion of her rib cage and then carry that back into a little bit deeper of a flank. Needs squared up there out of her hip to compete with the heifer ahead of her, but I tell you what, with a little more time on feed and as this one matures and develops into a cow, I think she's got a very nice breeding project here. So congratulate both these two young ladies on their crossbred heifers.
Winning the class of the junior yearling heifers is Taryn Payne. Second in the class is Delane Wilburn. We have our last class, Class 4, senior yearling heifers, August 1 of 2021 to December 31st of 2021. We have a single entry of Grace Moore.
Well, young lady brings us a really nice single entry out here in our crossbred show. And I tell you what I see here is power. I mean, you get off this heifer and you can really appreciate just how much muscle she's got up high and how stout she is there in her hip. She carries that down into a nice big explosive quarter. And then with that, she's got some lower portion to her cage. And she's one that's pretty sound when you ask her to go in motion. I think this heifer needs to be a little cleaner right there at the floor of her chest or the base of her chest. And then maybe tie a little higher out of the top side of her skeleton. But I tell you, one that's got a lot of muscle, a lot of power, and one that's going to do a lot of things and probably turn that into a lot of pounds in her calves as she goes out and starts to produce for this young lady and her herd. So I think that's a testament to the kind of cattle that we need to be raising, cows or show heifers that'll go out and make cows. And I think that this single entry is going to go out and do that for the young lady. So congratulations to you. Let's give her a round of applause on a really nice single entry.
Is Grace Moore. So the following individuals will come in for the selection of our champion crossbred female. From Class 1, we will have Rebecca Fox with a 12.25 of 22. Taryn Payne with her junior yearling heifer, 2.22. And our senior yearling heifer from the last class will be Grace Moore, 12.13 of 2021. Champion Reserve Champion Crossbred, we will select our champion female of the show.
crossbred heifers that we've been able to evaluate here this morning. And I don't know if there's one out here that just does everything right for me in terms of having that show heifer look and that center portion to her cage, and one that just ties it all together structurally. But I do think that there's one individual that probably does the most thing. Well, there's two individuals I think pair up quite nice that maybe don't have that extensive show heifer look to them or that extra swoop or volume to their rib cage, but I do think that they have just the most cow power in terms of being able to kick those cattle out and make cows out of them and be proud of the offspring that they'd be able to generate, and one that you'd be proud to pull in the pasture and see raising a calf for yourself. And you know, there's things to be said about the show heifers being big-bodied and long-necked, but at the end of the day, you know, there's a lot of commercial cattle out here that don't look like the show heifers that we're using to win some of these shows. And in this particular class, I don't know if that heifer's out here, but I think the pair of cattle that probably look the most like cows is the young lady's heifer and the young lady's solid red heifer and the red and white heifer. I'm not sure exactly which one I'm going to pair up or which one I'm going to use, but they're definitely going to be those two pair of cattle, and that's not to take anything away from the young man's second over here at ringside, but I'm going to take another look at them and get you a champion in reserve in your crossbred show. Let's give all these exhibitors a big round of applause.
Taryn Payne, and reserve goes to Grace Moore. All right, so at this point, looking for our winners from all of our divisions. So from our Angus division, our champion will be Ann Grove with her junior yearling heifer. Standing in standby will be Skylar Hook. From our Hereford division, with a junior heifer calf will be Andrew Bohr. And standing in reserve with his senior heifer calf will be Parker Burtz. From the Simmental division, Paige Knott with her junior yearling heifer, and standing on reserve will be Andrew Bohr with his junior heifer calf. Our all other breeds, our champion coming in the ring should be Chelsea Lewis with her maintainer. That's a junior heifer calf. And standing by will be Grace Moore with her red Angus senior heifer calf. And from our last division, our crossbred division, we will be looking for Taryn Payne with her junior yearling heifer. And in standby in that division will be Grace Moore with a senior yearling heifer. Anna Grove. Our Hereford is Andrew Bohr. Our Simmental is Paige Knott. All other breeds is Chelsea Lewis with the maintainer. And our crossbred division is Taryn Payne. Of course is Anna Grove with her Angus. Let's give her a round of applause. That's our Angus champion. Our next in line is with the Simmental. That's Miss Paige Knott. Let's give her a round of applause for our Simmental division champion. Our next in line is Andrew Bohr with his Hereford. Let's give Andrew a round of applause. Our next is all other breeds. That is Chelsea Lewis with her maintainer. Let's give her a round of applause. And last but not least with the crossbred is Taryn Payne. Let's give her a round of applause as well. I think the thing we need to be impressed with is all these young people bringing these breeding animals into the ring and trying to represent the different breeds or the breeds in which they like. The ones that work the best for them, and it not necessarily is something that you would select, but it's definitely something that they enjoy or that their farm has, whatever it might be. But we truly got to appreciate all our beef breeders for what they're doing.
It's been a very fun heifer show out here so far this morning, and I think the kids and the cattle have all been phenomenal throughout all the different breeds. I've really enjoyed evaluating your guys' heifer show out here, and just like our announcer over here, I want to commend you guys on bringing a breeding heifer to your guys' county fair, because we all know that the market heifer show, whether it be goats or lambs or hogs or steers, is what everybody talks about at the county fair. And when I was growing up as a kid, I was more involved in the breeding cattle, and to this day I still am. So raising and breeding show heifers and breeding cattle is what's near and dear to my heart. So just like you mentioned earlier, I want to commend you guys on taking the time to bring your breeding project to the county fair, because without these heifers and without having females in production, we can't make steers and we can't make market heifers. So this is where it starts. I want to encourage you guys to take all these projects home, turn them into cows and utilize some artificial insemination if you can, and maybe even some flushing with some of your local resources in your area to kind of elevate your herd to the next level, because this is kind of where it all started for me, and I've been fortunate to continue raising and selling show heifers across the country, and it's something that I love to do. And I want to commend all you individuals for taking the time to bring these animals to your county fair, because it's been an awesome breeding show, from the Angus to our Simmental, our Hereford, our AOB, and then our Crossbred that we just rounded it out with. It's been solid all the way through, and I think there is one in particular that just kind of checks all the boxes for me in terms of structure and center portion to her cage, and then when you back off of her, just gives you the most balanced and complete show heifer look. And then from there, I think it gets probably a little bit tighter for reserve, because the differences in types and kind after that one particular heifer is removed from the lineup get a little bit closer, because you need to set your priorities in some different places and figure out what kind of is the best particular fit for me. So I'll get out here and get you guys a champion, and then I'm going to take another moment to figure out what I'm going to do for reserve. But let's give these exhibitors a big round of applause.
The 2023 breeding show, the Berkeley County Youth Fair, is Miss Paige Knott. Congratulations, Paige. Our reserve champion female overall. From the Simmental division, that is Andrew Bohr with his junior heifer calf. Congratulations, Andrew. All right, we'll go ahead and work their way back to the barn. Yes, we're going to take pictures of all of our champions of each breed, and then of course our champion and reserve champion female of the show. At this point, we'd like to thank our sponsors for the female of the show. Our grand champion gets a $25 and a banner. The $25 from M&S Simmental, the Jim Moore family. The banner is from Harry and Dorothy Snow. Our reserve champion female of the show will receive $10 from Windy Rock Farm. That's George and Brenda Miller. And a banner from the Knott Family Farm and Shepherdstown Pharmacy. Thank you guys so much for your sponsorship.
UPMC Children's Hospital of Pittsburgh is excited to announce that we're ranked in the top 10 on U.S. News and World Report's honor roll of best children's hospitals. We're also recognized for excellence in each of the 10 specialty areas being evaluated. Our expanded network of regional locations brings our nationally ranked care to more families closer to where they live. Visit chp.edu/US News to learn more or to find and schedule care near you.
Hi, Crescia Hornby here. Larry DeMarco, broker of Modern Realty Results, believes he has some of the best real estate agents in the Eastern Panhandle. Agents at Modern Realty Results have years of experience and knowledge of the local real estate market. Agents within the office work as a team to provide quality customer service. We strive to always ensure client satisfaction through handling every transaction with honesty and integrity, all while offering competitive rates. Modern Realty Results is veteran-owned and managed. Please call us at 262-4222, modernrealtyresults.com.
Ready to buy your dream home? Ready to sell your current home? Rhonda Shade is ready to help you. Rhonda grew up on a dairy farm in Berkeley County where she and her family loved showing their animals at the youth fair. Rhonda would love the opportunity to discuss how her experience and market knowledge can help you. It just takes a call, text, or email to get started. Call Rhonda Shade today at 304-261-4718 or visit RhondaHelpsSellHomes.com. Rhonda's looking forward to seeing everyone at this year's Berkeley County Youth Fair.
Looking for a new fence, replacing an old fence, or just fixing an existing fence? RAI Properties can help you. With licensed and insured staff, your fencing project will be in good hands. We have over 20 years of experience in the industry and the community. We take our work seriously. You can trust that you'll enjoy looking at your finished fence for years to come. RAI also specializes in lawn care, decking, flooring, renovations, painting, and vent work. To get a quote, go to www.raiproperties.com or give us a call at 304-995-9764.
At the Berkeley County Health Department, our motto is Prevent, Promote, Protect. Since 1935, our mission has been to provide clinical and environmental services to protect the health of the general public. We're committed to building public health in our community by offering a wide range of services, including blood pressure screening, breast and cervical screening, family planning, counseling, lab testing, and more. We perform health inspections to make sure the restaurants you visit are clean, and we prepare and coordinate plans to respond to all hazards. The Berkeley County Health Department, 122 Waverly Court, Martinsburg.
I'm Jocelyn Perkins, and my father, Jeremy Perkins, is the owner of CBP Enterprises, LLC, which is a third-generation family-owned business serving the tri-state area for over 50 years. My grandfather, Cecil, and my father, Jeremy, have always been a big supporter of the local youth. If you want a hardworking, trustworthy, honest company that helps with all your landscaping, asphalt maintenance, seal coating, parking lot, and line striping, call Jeremy Perkins at 304-671-9057, WV009596.
When you do the same thing for 135 years, you learn to do it well. For 135 years, we've been helping families through the hardest times of their lives. That's because we're a family as well. When your family loses a loved one, we're here to help. We're Brown Funeral Home in Martinsburg, Inwood, and Charlestown, Ranson. We're here when you need us.
Proud sponsors of the Berkeley County Youth Fair.
The Palace Lounge in Martinsburg is the place to be. Join us every night to relax and enjoy football or basketball games featuring either the Martinsburg Bulldogs, Shepherd University Rams, or West Virginia Mountaineers. We will have steak night every Wednesday, trip nights every Thursday, and now taco and margarita nights every Tuesday. You can find us on Facebook or call 304-267-7520. The Palace Lounge is located at 1350 Edwin Miller Boulevard in Martinsburg.
Really?
Yeah.
I'm gonna call my parents. Dad, come over. The brisket's done.
The Traeger Connected Experience. Everything you need for epic flavor, and then some.
Shop now and save at Orsini's today.
This is Eric at Hagerstown Ford. Over the last decade, the way we buy things have evolved. Now, you get on your phone, click Want It, and it shows up at your front door. At Hagerstown Ford, it is that convenient. We've changed the car buying experience on the I-81 corridor forever. And with a return policy better than Walmart, there's absolutely no reason to buy a new or used car, truck, or SUV anywhere else. Just like Amazon, Hagerstown Ford will deliver the vehicle to you, where you are, and on your time. And if you don't want it, return it. No questions asked. Why waste your time at a car dealership playing the dumb back and forth games? Besides, we hate it more than you do. I assure you, no dealership from Winchester, Virginia to Washington, D.C. will beat our price. No dealership from Chambersburg, Pennsylvania to Baltimore, Maryland will beat our price. And no other dealership will allow you to return it if you don't want it. Hagerstown Ford absolutely provides the best experience at the best price. Visit HagerstownFord.com to schedule your VIP experience. Click on the vehicle you want and get your new ride delivered to you at no risk.
See dealer for details.
Providing reliable protection since 1877, we are Farmers and Mechanics Insurance Companies. From small beginnings and over a century later, we maintain our dedication to our policyholders to provide dependable insurance protection and excellent customer service. Protecting everything from your home to your business has never been easier. Our team is here to ensure that you, your family, and your assets are taken care of. We enjoy giving back and doing our part to keep Martinsburg a great place to be.
The 37th Community Wellness Screening Event, sponsored by Rotary of Martinsburg with services provided by WVU Medicine, will be held Saturday, August 26, 6 to 10 a.m. at WVU Medicine Physical Therapy and Rehabilitation on Tavern Road in Martinsburg. Know your numbers. It's easy and convenient. No waiting in line, no doctor's appointment. Discounted screenings offered. Pre-registration required. Deadline to register is August 18th. Sign up today. Call 304-264-1223.
we'll be looking for Ella Collis, Chloe Burkhart, Blaine Barkus, and Brady Collis. Judge Brendan Collega. He was born and raised in Frederick County, Maryland, where he grew up showing Hereford cattle on a local level. He attended Oklahoma State University, where he graduated with a bachelor's degree in agriculture communication. While in college, he worked for numerous seed stock operations. Him and his wife now live back in Frederick County, Maryland. Does a lot of marketing business, and Brendan and his business partners at Ripon Farms raise show heifers of all breeds that they sell across the country. They also have an annual bred female sale in December every year where they sell bred cows, bred heifers, and genetic offerings. We definitely would like to thank Brendan for spending the day with us. He truly done a really good job in our showmanship and in our females being able to explain the different things that we're looking for and that he's looking for and the industry's looking for, which I think is very important. Those need to be a combination when we're teaching young people. So we are now getting ready to start our 2023 feeder calf show. Again, we are looking for the following individuals in Class 1. Coming into the ring is Ella Collis from Musselman FFA with a calf that weighs 352. Next in class is Chloe Burkhart, Valley Star 4-H Club, with a calf that weighs 394. Blaine Barkas from Hedgesville Superchargers 4-H Club with a calf that weighs 455. And rounding out the class is Brady Collis from Valley Star 4-H with a calf that weighs 468. We have a weight range in this class of 116 pounds. Lousy Tab and Sons for the mulch. It's in the show ring. They're very nice to be able to donate to us annually, and makes a really nice show ring for our exhibitors to be able to present their animals. We'd also like to thank the Butler Farms for the generators that they provide so that we can do the grooming and the types of things that need to be done for the show. And most importantly, and we could not work anything without these individuals, we want to thank our ringmen, Clayton Canby, Rick Martz, and Jacob Long. Those individuals work really hard during the show to keep everything organized for us and keep the show going, and they definitely help the judge out a lot. So again, let's give everyone a round of applause for their support of our feeder calf show. Thank you very much. Class 2 will need to make their way to the show ring for the feeder calf. In Class 2, we have Cooper Knott, Paige Knott, Briar Moss, and Grace Moore.
I think I just want to commend these young people on having these cattle broke and ready to come to a show already. We're just starting to wean some of our older calves at home and starting to tie them up for the first time, and we're still fighting them pretty good trying to get ours broke and to come to a county fair here in the first part of August, and these kids have already washed them and fit them and clipped them and got them leading them around the ring and acting good is awesome that these kids have already got that accomplished. And if any of you all are looking for a job, maybe you can come home and help me get the rest of my calves broke, because none of them act quite like this just yet. That being said, I lead the class off with a heifer, or with a steer that I really, really like. I mean, this one's just awesome in terms of his structure at the ground. This one's super, super fluid in terms of the way that he wants to get out and go. Very, very sound and flexible at his hock and at the ground. A calf that's got some look from the side when you get off of him. He balances up nice. He's long and extended throughout the front 1/3 of his skeleton. Dead level out of his top. I do think his tail head ties into his hip fine. I just think that his tail head maybe is just dressed a little big, and it just kind of wants to shoot up out of the top side of his spine ever so slightly. And I think if that was knocked down a peg, I think that would square that calf up from behind. I mean, not probably the biggest in terms of his muscle, but I tell you what, he's got the running gear to be fed on real hard for the rest of his life, and I think that one's going to blossom and develop and just reads to me with the most future for a fat steer for the young lady. Very, very nice place to start. It gets a little more difficult for me in 2 and 3, and I think that there's a very practical kind of a market, or kind of a feeder calf that is going to develop into a really nice market steer, one you like in terms of his structure, one you like in terms of his cage, really like him out of the top side of his skeleton, and he's square out of his hip, and he's got some muscle and dimension. I just don't think he has the overall look and doesn't balance up quite as nice as that steer that wins the class, and we need to soften him there at his pastern in the way that he uses his hock to make him beat the steer ahead of him. But a really, really nice practical kind of a steer that I end up using in 2. The hard decision for me is putting a steer that comes in third, because I like this calf, how long and extended he is throughout the front 1/3 of his skeleton. I really like him in terms of his base width and his pin width when I get him behind him. My problem with the calf is when I back off of him and I look at him from the side, he just wants to get a little coarser at the point of his shoulder and a little tighter in his heart, and then he wants to round off from his hooks to his pins. And I know that's a young calf that's got a world of future ahead of him, and that could change the older and more maturity that calf adds on to him, but I think right now at this stage in the game, he's just a little too round for my liking, but a very, very nice, highly presented calf. Round the class out with a really practical kind of a feeder calf for the young man that you can appreciate for his weight per day of age. Just breaks right there behind his shoulder, and that throws his balance off down his top line, and one that needs to square up and just have a little more balance when we ask him to go. But a very, very nice class to start off our feeder calf show. Let's give all those exhibitors a big round of applause.
Winning our first class of feeder calves is Chloe Burkhart. Second is Blaine Vargas. Third is Ella Collis. And fourth is Brady Collis. Coming in the ring in our second class of feeder calves is Cooper Knott, Scrabble Scramblers 4-H Club. Paige Knott, Spring Mills FFA. Briar Moss, Swan Pond 4-H Club. And Grace Moore, Scrabble Scramblers 4-H. Our weight range of this group is 513 to 564.
differences in types and kind in this particular class of feeder calves, and I think that there's a very logical place to start in the solid white calf. I just think he's the most fault-free. Love this calf when you get off of him and study him throughout his head, from the tip of his nose all the way to his tail head. He's just complete, and I think that's the best way to describe him. Balance is up nice. Calf that's extended throughout his front 1/3. Probably not the wildest and the freakiest in the design of his skull and into his chest, but I think the calf's adequate in terms of how extended and clean he is, and I think that he's got a really nice show steer look. Big-footed, calf that's got some rib cage, a calf that's got some body. I like where he ties into his heart, and a calf that I can appreciate when I get in behind him. Stout up high, he's got some muscle down low. Maybe not the most comfortable in terms of the way that he uses his pastern when he goes in motion, but I tell you, I think just the fault-free, just kind of complete steer that very easily wins this feeder calf class for me. Hats off to the young man on doing a really nice job with the white steer. Now, if you want to flip 2 and 3, I can see that in this particular class. I think there's a lot of differences in types and kind, and I realize that this black steer that ends up second is probably a little harder in his rib cage and probably a little harder in his heart, but I think the way that this calf is designed in his hind leg beats the calf in third. I mean, the calf's probably the same in terms of his muscle shape as the calf that's behind him, but I think that one's a little freer in his structure, the way that he sets down on the ground and gets away from you. But if you evaluate the red steer on the standstill, you love this one in terms of his power and his muscle and his hair and his show steer look. Just a little coarser from his hooks to his pins, wants to get a little rounder, a calf that's a little bolder at the point of his shoulder and just is too tight right there behind his shoulder and his heart for me, and one that we need to have utilize his hind legs when he's set into motion a little bit better, but a calf that on the standstill you can really appreciate for a really nice practical kind of a show steer look. Round the class out with a calf that's really awesome in terms of how much muscle he's got. Stout up high, carries some muscle down into his lower quarter and his stifle, calf that's got some rib cage, but with that he's just a little plainer right there in his jaw and a little deeper at the portion of his chest, but a calf that I think does a lot of things right. He's going to make a really nice fat steer for the young lady. Let's congratulate all these exhibitors on a really nice class of feeder calves.
Class 2 is Briar Moss. Second is Paige Knott. Third, Cooper Knott. And fourth, Grace Moore. The following individuals will come back in for the selection of the champion feeder calf. From Class 1, Chloe Burkhart with a 394-pound calf. And in Class number 2 will be Briar Moss with a 525-pound. We would like to thank our sponsors for our feeder calf show. The grand champion sponsor that individual will receive $25 from Keith and Dawn Pingley and family, and a banner from the Pension family. The reserve champion will be $10 from Keith and Dawn Pingley and family, and the banner will be from Hilltop Farm, the Morgans. So we thank those individuals for sponsoring our feeder calf show today. Exhibitors here on our feeder calf show. A big round of applause. Like I said earlier, I think it's really cool that these kids have these cattle this broke at this stage of the game, and that they're able to bring them to their county fair and show them as baby calves like this. I think that's awesome.
that these kids are willing to put in that kind of a work ethic. And like I touched on before, I know it's not easy. I know they don't come out of the pasture acting like this. So it takes some extra effort with, whether you got a breeding heifer here or market steer or whatever else, to find the extra time in the day to mess with a calf, to able to bring a feeder calf to the show as well. So my hats are off to you guys for taking that extra time and having that extra commitment to go ahead and do that. And I think that though we were kind of small in numbers, I think the quality was good on these feeder cattle. We talked about the black steer just being awesome in his structure, just very, very relaxed in the way that he gets out and goes about the ring. A calf that's very flexible in his hock and one that uses his pasturing quite nicely. A calf that's good off of his front end and just takes a nice long stride. Long and extended throughout his front 1/3. He's level out of his top. Calf that's got some muscle and some rib cage, but I think that he's probably a lot more immature than the white steer that comes behind him. But I think that this calf has a world of future ahead of him, and like I said, has the running gear underneath of him to take a lot more feed and be fed pretty hard his whole life, and I don't think you're going to mess his structure up, and there's a lot to be said for that. Then we get into the white calf. I think today this calf just has that show steer look. I like him throughout his front 1/3, not as attractive and sleek as the black steer ahead of him, but one that's good enough. I like him. He's dead level down his top. He ties high out of the top side of his shoulder, square enough from his hooks to his pins, and a calf that you can appreciate just in terms of his lower rib cage. And then when you set in behind him, he's got a lot more muscle than the calf ahead of him. Probably not as flexible in terms of the structure and the way that he travels off of his hind two as the black calf ahead of him. But I think today, standing there, he needs to be your champion feeder calf. And I'm going to have the second to him come out here and evaluate him for reserve, and I'll get your reserve. Congratulations. Second place steer just a minute ago, the one that was second to our white steer that just won the feeder calf show, and I think that he's pretty similar in his type and kind to the calf ahead of him. This calf beat the red steer behind him in third just based off of his structure, so I think that if you were to evaluate this calf's structure in terms of the one that wins the first class, I still think the calf out of the first class is just better built at the ground. He's more fluid, he's more fault-free when you set him into motion, and I like him better right there in his four-rib and his heart than that second place calf. But not to take anything away from the young lady, I think that calf's got a world of future ahead of him, but I'm going to use the black calf out of the first class to be a reserve feeder calf. Congratulations.
Our champion feeder calf goes to Briar Moss. Congratulations to you, sir. And our reserve champion goes to Chloe Burkhart. Congratulations to you, ma'am. We will now take pictures of our grand and reserve champion feeder calf. After those pictures are finished, we'll take about a 10-minute break to get changed over to start our market steer show. So if you guys would like to get something to drink or something of that nature, it'd be the time to do that. Thank you.
This is Eric at Hagerstown Ford. Over the last decade, the way we buy things have evolved. Now, you get on your phone, click Want It, and it shows up at your front door. At Hagerstown Ford, it is that convenient. We've changed the car buying experience on the I-81 corridor forever. And with a return policy better than Walmart, there's absolutely no reason to buy a new or used car, truck, or SUV anywhere else. Just like Amazon, Hagerstown Ford will deliver the vehicle to you, where you are, and on your time. And if you don't want it, return it. No questions asked. Why waste your time at a car dealership playing the dumb back and forth games? Besides, we hate it more than you do. I assure you, no dealership from Winchester, Virginia to Washington, D.C. will beat our price. No dealership from Chambersburg, Pennsylvania to Baltimore, Maryland will beat our price. And no other dealership will allow you to return it if you don't want it. Hagerstown Ford absolutely provides the best experience at the best price. Visit HagerstownFord.com to schedule your VIP experience. Click on the vehicle you want and get your new ride delivered to you at no risk.
See dealer for details.
When you do the same thing for 135 years, you learn to do it well. For 135 years, we've been helping families through the hardest times of their lives. That's because we're a family as well. When your family loses a loved one, we're here to help. We're Brown Funeral Home in Martinsburg, Inwood, and Charlestown, Ranson. We're here when you need us.
Proud sponsors of the Berkeley County Youth Fair.
Providing reliable protection since 1877, we are Farmers and Mechanics Insurance Companies. From small beginnings and over a century later, we maintain our dedication to our policyholders to provide dependable insurance protection and excellent customer service. Protecting everything from your home to your business has never been easier. Our team is here to ensure that you, your family, and your assets are taken care of. We enjoy giving back and doing our part to keep Martinsburg a great place to be.
The 37th Community Wellness Screening Event, sponsored by Rotary of Martinsburg with services provided by WVU Medicine, will be held Saturday, August 26, 6 to 10 a.m. at WVU Medicine Physical Therapy and Rehabilitation on Tavern Road in Martinsburg. Know your numbers. It's easy and convenient. No waiting in line, no doctor's appointment. Discounted screenings offered. Pre-registration required. Deadline to register is August 18th. Sign up today. Call 304-264-1223.
Looking for a new fence, replacing an old fence, or just fixing an existing fence? RAI Properties can help you. With licensed and insured staff, your fencing project will be in good hands. We have over 20 years of experience in the industry and the community. We take our work seriously. You can trust that you'll enjoy looking at your finished fence for years to come. RAI also specializes in lawn care, decking, flooring, renovations, painting, and vent work. To get a quote, go to www.raiproperties.com or give us a call at 304-995-9764.
Ready to buy your dream home? Ready to sell your current home? Rhonda Shade is ready to help you. Rhonda grew up on a dairy farm in Berkeley County where she and her family loved showing their animals at the youth fair. Rhonda would love the opportunity to discuss how her experience and market knowledge can help you. It just takes a call, text, or email to get started. Call Rhonda Shade today at 304-261-4718 or visit RhondaHelpsSellHomes.com. Rhonda's looking forward to seeing everyone at this year's Berkeley County Youth Fair.
Hi, Crescia Hornby here. Larry DeMarco, broker of Modern Realty Results, believes he has some of the best real estate agents in the Eastern Panhandle. Agents at Modern Realty Results have years of experience and knowledge of the local real estate market. Agents within the office work as a team to provide quality customer service. We strive to always ensure client satisfaction through handling every transaction with honesty and integrity, all while offering competitive rates. Modern Realty Results is veteran-owned and managed. Please call us at 262-4222, modernrealtyresults.com.
At the Berkeley County Health Department, our motto is prevent, promote, protect. Since 1935, our mission has been to provide clinical and environmental services to protect the health of the general public. We're committed to building public health in our community by offering a wide range of services, including blood pressure screening, breast and cervical screening, family planning, counseling, lab testing, and more. We perform health inspections to make sure the restaurants you visit are clean, and we prepare and coordinate plans to respond to all hazards. The Berkeley County Health Department, 122 Waverly Court, Martinsburg.
UPMC Children's Hospital of Pittsburgh is excited to announce that we're ranked in the top 10 on U.S. News and World Report's honor roll of best children's hospitals. We're also recognized for excellence in each of the 10 specialty areas being evaluated. Our expanded network of regional locations brings our nationally ranked care to more families closer to where they live. Visit chp.edu/US News to learn more or to find and schedule care near you.
I'm Jocelyn Perkins, and my father, Jeremy Perkins, is the owner of CBP Enterprises, LLC, which is a third-generation family-owned business serving the tri-state area for over 50 years. My grandfather, Cecil, and my father, Jeremy, have always been a big supporter of the local youth. If you want a hardworking, trustworthy, honest company that helps with all your landscaping, asphalt maintenance, seal coating, parking lot, and line striping, call Jeremy Perkins at 304-671-9057, WV009596.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh my gosh. I'm gonna call my parents. Dad, come over. The brisket's done.
The Traeger Connected Experience. Everything you need for epic flavor. And then some.
Shop now and save at Orsini's today.
We are the Skinner Brothers. Most folks only need a lawyer once or twice in their lives. And when they're injured or in an accident, most people don't know what to do. We get it. It can be overwhelming.
Nobody likes to be told you need a lawyer, but that's why we're here. We want to get you back to your normal life and help you recover.
So if you or a loved one has been in an accident, give us a call. Let us figure out how we can get you compensation.
Reach us at skinnerwins.com or Google Skinner Lawyers. We'll treat you like family.
Started with our Marcus Stewart portion of our meet show today. So we're looking for the following individual to be ready to come into the ring. Lexi Edwards. We're looking for her to bring in her underweight Marcus Stewart. Cassie Everts. This steer just missed the weights. It was a little light this year. The steer weighs 923. Evaluated, we will be looking for Class 2. That will be our first class of lightweight market steers. We will be looking for the following individuals: Kiana Ross, Bryce Ware, Cheyenne Burtz, Derek Brown, Emma McCauley, and Samuel Canby. Those individuals will need to make their way to the ringside to be the first class of the lightweight division market steers.
Steer. A little underweight here, but I tell you, a calf that I can appreciate when I get my hands on him, one that's got some cover and one that's starting to kind of develop some fat over there over his 12th and 13th. Just needs a little more time there at the feed bunk to get to that adequate weight range that we're looking for our industry standard. But I tell you, a calf that does a lot of things right. The young lady's done a nice job with him. Let's give her a big round of applause on this nice single entry.
Thank you guys for bringing your steer in and completing your project. All right, on deck for Class 1 of our lightweight market steers. Kiana Ross, her steer weighs 1,012 pounds. Class is Bryce Ware, 1,037. Entering the ring is Cheyenne Burtz, 1,070. Next is Dirks Brown, 1,078. Emma McCauley, 1,082. And Samuel Canby, 1,086. This is your class. class of lightweights, which will need to make their self to ringside. In Class 2 of the lightweights will be Rebecca Fox, Gracie Linton, Aaron Canby, Jalen Ross, and Lillian Drake.
kind of sort through in our lightweight market steer show as we're getting things started here. And I think that there's a lot of differences in types and kind, but I think that there's one that just kind of does the most things right, and that's the young lady with the solid black steer. She's going to go ahead and win the class just based off the overall look that this calf has. I really like him from the side. I like his front 1/3. I can appreciate his muscle expression when I get in behind him. A calf that's got a nice big loin eye when I get my hands on him. A calf that's good in terms of his structure, and one that doesn't have any issues as he gets out and goes about the ring. Maybe a little longer toed and shallower heeled, but that's being pretty critical on a calf that I think wins this class pretty handily. If I could change this one as I get my hands on him, I know we're in the lightweights, and finding cattle that are going to be at that adequate fat content in terms of the way that they're laying that over their muscle is going to be difficult because we're in the lightweights and they're not to that kind of ideal market-ready finish weight that we're after for the industry standard. But I do think that this calf handles adequate when I get my hands on him. He could use a few more tenths over his rib cage and in terms of back fat, but I do like that calf when I get my hands on him, and I think he's just the most complete and a really logical place to start. Gets a little more challenging for me in 2 and 3. I'm going to use the young man with the shorthorn mark steer to be second today. Really love this calf just when I get my hands on him. Got a big old loin eye. You can go ahead and turn him and take him on out of here, buddy. Good job. Really like this calf when I get my hands on him. He's got a big old loin eye. He's probably a little bit more compact and maybe doesn't have quite the frame as some of the cattle on either end of him. And with that being said, he's more market ready than any of these steers in the class. He just doesn't he just doesn't have the overall style and look and squareness as that steer that wins the class. But I tell you what, really appreciate the way that this calf handles when I get my hands on him, and I do think he's a nice market ready steer for the young man, just in a smaller, more compact kind of a package. We got a bigger frame steer coming next in 3rd that I really like in terms of his show steer look. Long and extended throughout his front 1/3, got a good coat of hair on him and gives you that wow factor when you get off of him. Like him in terms of his structure, he's okay in the terms of his body, but just a calf that we need to stouten up. He needs more muscle up high, he needs to carry that muscle down low, and then like we commented on that steer that wins the class, just adequate in his handle when I get my hands on him. Needs to have a few more tenths over that 12th and 13th, but a really, really nice calf that comes to us with a really, really high level of presentation. We get into 4th, we got another calf that's got a very good look. Calf's got some muscle, he's very smooth from his hooks to he's very smooth from his shoulders back, level from his hooks to his pins. Again, just a calf that's a little bit plainer when you get off of him from the side, one that we need to extend and just pretty up to make him look a little more like a show steer to be competitive with those cattle ahead of him. The cattle that we ran the class out with, the red steer and the black steer, these cattle are just a little bit harder when I handle. I mean, they need a little bit more time on feed, and they're cattle that need to start depositing a little more fat over that rib cage. But 2 cattle that I can appreciate in terms of their muscle, just need a little bit more time on feed to get them higher today. Let's give these exhibitors a big round of applause on this set of steers.
Winning the class is Emma McCauley. 2nd is Bryce Ware. 3rd is Cheyenne Burtz. 4th, Kiana Ross. 5th is Dirks Brown. And 6th is Samuel Canby. Entering Class 2 of our lightweight division is Rebecca Fox, 11:10. Grace Linton, 11:18. Aaron Canby, 11:38. Jalen Ross, 11:50. And rounding out the class is Lillian Drake, 11:68. individuals need to be making themselves to the ringside. McKaylee Brown, yearling. Remington Webb, Haley Martz, and Isaac Canby.
Go ahead and turn him, set him up on the way out. Well, a very nice set of steers here in our lightweight class, and I tell you, these top end of these cattle, even though they're only in that 1,100 pound weight range, is not quite to that industry standard that we're after. But these cattle's frame sizes that's about all that they're allowing, and I tell you, being in that 1,100 pound range, low 1100s, you know, usually cattle are not finished at that point. But I tell you what, this guy is, and when I get my hands on this one, he's got a big old loin eye. I really like him in terms of how much cover he's got over his rib cage. A calf that I think just ties a lot of good things together. You can tell he's starting to get some condition right there in the bottom of his chest floor, but he's extended throughout the front 1/3 of his skeleton. Calf's got a big old back in him. I really like the turn to his loin edge, and a calf that you can appreciate when you get in behind him. He's got some muscle up high. He's got some lower stifle and lower quarter, and a calf that I would call adequate in terms of his structure. He might want to come up ever so slightly, just a little bit short in his stride when he asked him to go. But I tell you, that calf's pretty free moving for as much meat and as much stuff as you got packed into kind of a small package there. So a really, really nice, practical kind of a market steer that I think just checks all the boxes for me in this particular class. Hats off to a young lady on a really nice steer to win this particular class. Young lady kind of throws a curveball at me there with this steer in too, because he is a little bit larger framed, and he's taller right there at the top side of his shoulder, and maybe he's probably a few more inches taller at his hip height than that shorthorn appearing steer that wins the class. But this is another calf that I can really appreciate in that 1,100 pound weight range when I get my hands on him. He's finished. He's got some covered over that 12th and 13th, and he's got a big old back in him when I get my hands on him. Just a calf that wants to be a little more rigid right there out of the top side of his shoulder and a little more round out of his hip, and a calf that I think if we could clean him up in his lines and just straighten him up and balance him up a little better, I think he can give that shorthorn appearing steer that wins the class a run for his money. Very nice top pair of steers in that class there. We get into the third place steer. I like this calf. He's very practical in terms of his rib cage, very practical in terms of his lower dimension. A calf that he's got a good handle when I lay my hands on him. Just a calf that we need to balance up better and just give a little bit more look from the side and extend him throughout his front 1/3 to get him to compete with those steers ahead of him. And then we round the class out with two steers that are very similar in their type and kind. Though they're not the same color, the black steer and the gray steer are both very similar when I get my hands on them. A little rawer to the touch, need a little more cover and condition over that 12th and 13th rib, and need to have a little bit bigger loin eye here at this stage of the game. But two cattle that are bigger in their frame size than those cattle ahead of them, and that's why they do handle a little rawer, because they got some more frame to fill in and could both use a little more time at the feed trough. But a really, really nice set of steers top to bottom in this lightweight division. Let's give all those exhibitors a big round of applause.
Lucy Linton. Second is Lillian Drake. Third, Rebecca Fox. Fourth, Jalen Ross. And fifth, Aaron Canby. Our last class of lightweights. Entering the ring, we have Michaela Brown at 1174. Summer Weaverling at 1176. Hannah Canby. Abigail Horns will be showing this. Hannah's in school, 1188. Next is Remington Webb, 1188. Haley Martz, 1192. And rounding out the class is Isaac Canby at 1198.
guys, a really nice class of steers here in our lightweights, and I think we find a pretty easy class winner here in this solid red steer. I just think in terms of the way that this calf ties everything together at this stage in his life. I like his maturity pattern, and I like how fresh he is. I mean, I get my hands on this calf. He's got a big old loin eye. I like his cover and his condition over his rib cage, one that I can appreciate in terms of how stout he is up high, carries that muscle down low, one that's got some shape to the lower portion of his cage, and then you can tell he's starting to develop some condition right there at the bottom of his chest floor, and maybe isn't quite the longest and most extended, freakiest looking thing throughout the front 1/3 of his skeleton, but in this particular class, I think he finds his way to the top very, very handily. And then we get into some tougher decisions here in 2 and 3, and I'm going to go ahead and use the young lady with the red steer to be second. You can go ahead and turn him around the corner and bring him on out. This calf really does a lot of things right. I mean, maybe doesn't have that show steer look or that added hair, bone, or added look that that solid red calf ahead of him has, but this white socked calf is one that you got to appreciate just from a practicality standpoint. Like him when I get my hands on him. I think he's going to be right there in terms of a nice yield between quality grade and yield grade, and I think that this calf does a lot of things right phenotypically. I mean, he's level down his top. He's kind of extended throughout his front 1/3, a calf that's got some muscle up high and some expression down low. Well, maybe we need to free up in terms of his movement and stouten his bone work up a little bit to get him higher today to beat that red one in front of him, but a really, really nice calf that ends up in second. Get into the 3rd place here. We can appreciate this solid black calf just in terms of how much raw muscle this calf has. He's explosive up high. He's robust down in the lower portion of his quarter, a calf that you can appreciate in terms of the way that he gets out and moves about the ring. One we just need to change in terms of his overall show steer look and balance to get him to beat those 2 cattle ahead of him, but a very, very nice steer that ends up in 3rd. Blue Roan calf I really like. Square out of his hip. I love him from his hooks to his pins and the way his tail head lies into his hip. A calf that's got some extension throughout his front 1/3. Adequate, I would say, in terms of his finish. I wouldn't mind seeing a few more tenths of back fat on this calf, and maybe handles a shot raw to the touch when I get my hands on him, but a calf that's developing some condition right there at the base floor of his chest, and one that I think does a lot of good things. Just need to change those few things about him to get him higher today. Young lady coming next, and the lady we round the class out with have 2 steers that are both practical when they're type in kind. They have some muscle, they have some shape, but both these cattle are a little raw when I get my hands on them, and we need to change them in terms of their structure and make them get out and move about the ring a little freer today to get them higher in the class. But a really, really nice set of lightweights top to bottom. Let's give all those exhibitors a round of applause.
This is Haley Martz. Second is Hannah Canby. Third is Isaac Canby. Fourth, Michaela Brown. Fifth, Remington Webb. And rounding out the class is Summer Weaverling. We are looking for the following individuals to come in for the selection of our lightweight champion from Class 1, Emma McCauley. Class 2, Gracie Linton. And Class 3, Haley Martz.
Happy with these 3 individuals we have out here in our lightweight division. Let's give all these exhibitors we've seen out here in this first part of our steer show a big round of applause. There's been a lot of differences in types and kind, and evaluating the lightweight steers can be a little bit of a challenge in terms of them meeting that right weight range for our industry standard, and then at the same time starting to kind of develop the traits of a market-ready show steer from a finish standpoint. And when you're into the lightweights and you're not quite cresting that 1,200-pound range, it can be challenging to find something that's that, in the middle of, is it finished enough, does he have enough cover, and then at the same time, is he big enough, and is he going to have a big enough carcass when we send him to the rail? Because at the end of the day, that's what we're trying to do, is provide people with good quality beef. So those are all things that are kind of going through my mind, and that does make it a challenge when you're in the lightweights, and sometimes can even make it a challenge when you get into the middleweights. And with that being said, and not to take anything away from our seconds over here we got along the rail, I think there's two cattle that do a lot of the right things in our lightweight division, and that'll be the shorthorn appearing steer out of the second class and the red steer behind him. And I think there's some differences in types and kind. And when I evaluate the shorthorn steer, I love this one just in terms of how dead level he is out of his top. He's square from his hooks to his pins. I like the way his tailhead sets into him. A calf that's got some muscle up high and some muscle down low. One that you can really appreciate when you get your hands on him. I love him in terms of his condition, and I like him in terms of his size. I mean, he's not the biggest calf in the world, but in terms of his frame size, I think this calf's starting to deposit fat in the right spots, and he's really starting to show those traits of a market-ready show steer, and a calf that I think is going to have a tremendous quality grade for the young lady when he goes to the rail. That's not to take anything away from the young lady down on the end with the solid red calf, because this one does a lot of the right things too. He's good in the center portion of his rib cage. I like him out of his top line. He's square out of his hip. A calf that's got some muscle when you set in behind him and sets down on a big foot. Probably is not quite as comfortable as the shorthorn appearing steer in terms of his structure when we set him in motion. And that's not saying the shorthorn steer is perfect structured either, because they both have some things that I'd tweak in terms of setting those cattle in motion and making them more comfortable when they go. But those are the differences that I see. Both cattle handle extremely well. I think they're both extremely fresh in terms of their condition that they have, and I think that they're both going to create a tremendous product for the endpoint for the buyer once we put these cattle on the rail. But I'm going to take another look at them and get you a pair of champions in your lightweight division. Let's give all these exhibitors another round of applause.
Our champion is Gracie Linton. Our reserve champion is Haley Martz. Congratulations, ladies. Our lineage was sponsored by Natasha and LT Puffenberger, and the reserve champion was sponsored by Keith and Don Pingley and family. We will take pictures at the end. We'll have all the champions together at that time, so we'll get all of our pictures when we're doing those. All right, so let's move on to the middleweight division. In our first class of middleweight division, we were looking for 5 entries. At 12:02, Peyton Dugan. 12:06, Brett Mung. 12:26, Nicholas Byers. 12:32, Sadie Jenkins. And 12:44, Paige Knott. 2 of the middleweights, we will be looking for Reese Barrett, Eli Canby, Chloe Burkhart, Lindsay Walls, and Hunter Ware. That will be Class 2 of the middleweight division.
A really nice set of steers here as we get started in our middleweight division, and we're starting to get some cattle in there that are a little bigger in size and reaching that right size for the industry standard. And I think of these particular cattle that are out here, of these 5, I think that there's one that kind of excels to the top pretty handily in my mind, because he just is the combination steer of the class. I mean, we really love this calf as we study him down his top. He's nice and level and square from his hooks to his pins, a calf that you can appreciate the way that loin rolls right in there to his rib cage, and he's opened up and bold there as you study him in terms of his cage. A calf that you like in terms of his condition when you get your hands on him. He's got a big old loin eye in him, a calf that you can appreciate over top of his rib cage, and then when you set in behind him, you like him in terms of how much muscle he's got up high and how he carries that down low. Pretty good at the ground, calf's structurally sound, I'd call him, but he wants to duck those pins. When he's standing still, that calf looks dead level from his hooks to his pins to me, but as he goes, the calf wants to just duck his pins ever so slightly and get slightly uncomfortable on those hind too. But I tell you what, that's being awfully critical on a calf that I think wins this class very handily. Very nice job, well done to the young lady on winning this class. Young lady bringing Dozer next in second. This is a good calf that I really like as well. I enjoyed working with her in Showmanship this morning. The calf has been kind of giving her a little bit of a run for her money, but boy, she's holding strong and wearing that belt buckle that she won earlier. She's doing a good job. Love this calf in terms of how much muscle he's got. Big and explosive in terms of the way that he is out of the top side of his skeleton. Calf's bold and robust in terms of how much muscle he's got up high, and he carries that down into a big lower stifle. Love this calf in terms of his condition, and when I get my hands on him, I really appreciate the way that this young lady's fed this particular calf. There's a lot of red meat and muscle in that calf, and that's going to go to the rail with a really high yield grade, or with a really nice quality grade carcass for that young lady. My hat's off to her on a job well done. Really love the young man's balding when I get my hands on him. This calf's very fresh to the touch. I like him over his loin eye. I like the calf over his rib cage when I get my hands on him. Just doesn't have the overall show steer look as those two steers ahead of him. We need to balance him up and trim him up in some places to make him any higher today. But a really nice calf that the young man's done an awesome job of getting fed. The 2 cattle we round the class out with are both very similar in their type and kind. They got some muscle, they have some dimension, but they both want to get a little rounder and a little coarser from their hooks to their pins. And with that being said, they're a little rounder and bolder right at the point of their shoulder, and this causes problems for them structurally as they get out and try to go. 2 cattle I think are good in terms of the condition. I like them when I get my hands on them. They got some muscle and some dimension. Just need to change them in the way that they get out and go about the ring. Congratulations to all those exhibitors.
Right, winning that class is Paige Knott. Second is Sadie Jenkins. Third, Nicholas Byers. Fourth, Peyton Dugan. And fifth, Brett Mung. Entering the ring at this time, we have Savannah Jenkins Steele, shown by Brianna, Reese Barrett, Eli Canby, Chloe Burkhart, Lindsay Walls, and rounding out the class is Hunter Ware. The weights of these steers are 1264 to 1277. For Class 3, Briar Moss, Spencer Byers, Dakota Mung, Andrew Bohr, and Savannah McDonald.
Well, guys, a lot of differences in types and kind in this middleweight division, and especially in this particular class. But I tell you what, I think there's one that I just gravitate to most easily is the young lady steer that goes ahead and wins this class. I mean, the calf just does everything right in terms of style and look and balance and presence, and those are things that are very easily for me to fall in love with. I mean, he's good at the center portion of his rib cage. I love him in his heart, and I love him right there in his shoulder. And the calf's starting to show some signs of condition, but at the same time, he's extended, he's long, and he's attractive throughout the front one-third of his skull and his skeleton. A calf that ties high, he's big-backed when you get down and evaluate him. He's square from his hooks to his pins. I love the way his tail head lays into this one. And where he beats the cattle behind him is just in terms of his structure. I think he's the most fault-free when he gets out and goes. I like him in terms of his muscle shape, but a main thing for me with that that one is the way he ties it all together phenotypically and the way that he handles himself when he's on the go. Not to take anything away from the young lady's red steer that's second, because this is a good rascal right here. I mean, this calf's big backed, he's got some muscle, he's got some dimension. Just a calf that's a little lower right there in the center portion of his cage, and as we start to evaluate these cattle and meet a happy medium between quality and yield grade, I think that this calf may have a little bit more of waist when he goes to the rail, and that's not a terrible thing, because in the breeding cattle game, we love them to be big-bodied, and we want them to have a big old rib cage, and I think if this calf was just elevated 3 or 4 inches right there in the center portion of his rib cage, I think this calf gets changed big times. Little opened up right there behind his shoulder, and maybe not quite as explosive right there where he ties in, but from a structure standpoint, I really like this calf. He gets out and moves with a lot of ease and gives me an awesome look from the profile. Just runs into a calf that ties it all together and blends it all together a little better for me today. Young lady gives me a difficult decision here in 3 with the solid black calf. Stout up high, a lot of red meat and muscle in this calf. He's stout up high, carries some muscle and dimension down low, one that you can appreciate in terms of just how much raw muscle is in this particular calf. But my struggle for him is just the way that he ties it all together. He's wanting to fight the halter a little bit out here, and we try to give all these kids ample time to let these cattle settle down and settle in, because I know how much work it is to get one hairy like this and presented and put together for your county fair, and it seems like it all comes down to this day, and I know it can be frustrating, but I think this calf just gets a little uncomfortable off his hind too, wants to duck his pins when he gets out and goes, and just gets a little too round and coarse looking from the side for me, but a really, really nice calf that's got a lot of market value in that one, a very good calf that ends up third. Young man brings us a really good shorthorn steer that we like from a lot of practical ways. Got a big old loin eye in him. I like the edge of his loin. I like how much muscle he's got when I get in behind him. Just gives up the overall show steer look of those 3 cattle ahead of him, but a very, very practical kind of a steer that the young man's done a tremendous job feeding to get him to this point. Congratulations to you. Young man bringing us the next steer. We really like this one from a practicality standpoint. I mean, he's got some muscle, he's got some shape, he's got some width, very long in his skeleton, very level throughout his spine. Just a calf that gives us a really nice look. We just got to square him up from his hooks to his pins and give him a little bit more muscle up high and carry that down a little bit lower to get him higher than the cattle that are ahead of him, but a really, really nice market steer for the young man. Round the class out with a steer that's very highly presented, has a lot of hair, a calf that's presented extremely good, just runs into some structural issues off of both ends, and we need to fix that for that calf to get any higher, but a calf that's got some red meat and some muscle and got to that market ready weight, so congratulations to the young lady on a really nice steer. Let's give all those exhibitors a big round of applause.
Winning Class 2 of the middleweights, Chloe Burkhart. Second is Reese Barrett. Third, Lindsay Walls. Fourth, Hunter Ware. Fifth, Eli Canby. And sixth, Savannah Jenkins. Coming in the ring in Class 3, Briar Moss, 1306. Spencer Byers, 1318. Dakota Mung, 1318, Andrew Bohr, 1320, and Savannah McDonald, 1326. After we finish this class, Class 3 of the middleweights, we will select the champion and reserve champion of the middleweight division. So the following individuals will need to be ringside at that time. From Class 1 will be Paige Knott, and then second in that class will be Sadie Jenkins in standby. In Class 2, there'll be Chloe Burkhart, and in standby from that class will be Reese Barrett.
guys, I've been having fun all day doing the showmanship and the heifer show, and now I'm really having fun because we're getting into some deep water. All these kids out here in this particular class need a big round of applause. I think we find a very logical place to start with the young man's black calf. As you get to really evaluating this calf, there's just a lot of red meat and muscle in this particular dude. Real stout up high, really big and opened up in his hip. He carries a lot of muscle down into that lower quarter. Got a big old stifle in him. A calf that's just right there when I get my hands on him. Got a big old loin eye. I love the way he handles out of the edge of his loin. Good enough for me right over there, that 12th and 13th, just starting to deposit some fat there. But I tell you what, he keeps an awesome show steer look, long and extended throughout the front 1/3 of the skeleton. Like the way his shoulder ties in there, really complete when you back off this calf. Nice and developed and just structurally sound. I mean, just the maturity pattern of this calf I think is right on. I'm okay with his weight being there at that lower 1,300 pounds range. That's meeting kind of near our market standards or our industry standards. And I think that where this calf beats the calf behind him is he's just a little bit fresher and a little bit truer. I think this calf is a little better in terms of his yield grade when he goes to the rail than the white calf that ends up in 2. And I like how much bigger he sets down on foot and how much more circumference of bone that this calf has, and probably moves with just a little bit more ease when you ask the cattle to go in motion. But I tell you what, really, really good calf to win that particular class. I like him a good deal. Get into the gray steer that comes in second. And I tell you what, this one ran into a really, really good one. You can go ahead and turn him and set him up out here for everybody to see, young lady. This is a really, really good calf. Love this one when I get my hands on him. Got a big old loin eye in him as well, but probably not quite as stout up high and probably doesn't carry quite as much muscle dimension down into his lower quarter and into his twist like the steer ahead of him, but a calf you can really appreciate just in terms of his maturity pattern and how he's gone on and developed and become a really nice market steer. I bet the quality grade on this particular calf maybe beats the calf that wins ahead of him, but I tell you what, that's a really, really good steer that just ends up second. I look forward to seeing him back out here. Really, really good pair of steers on the top end of this class. Get into the young man's gold steer, and before I pulled him third and pulled him across here, I told him, I said, keep your head up, buddy, because that's a really darn good steer that ends up in third. I get the opportunity to judge a lot of county fairs, and that's tough to be up against these two steers with a calf of that quality to end up third at your county fair, and I wanted him to know that. So he's going to keep knocking on the door for years to come, hopefully, because that's a really, really good calf, very highly presented, got a nice coat of hair on him, right in terms of the way that he handles when I get my hands on him. Just a really nice calf that runs into two really good ones ahead of him. My hat's off to the young man on doing an outstanding job bringing him to the show and getting him shown out here. Get into the baldy steer next. This one's probably just a little tougher when I get my hands on him for this particular weight class. Just wants to be a little harder, probably a skosh big in terms of his frame score, but I think the cattle here maybe has more genuine product than the steer that we round the class out with, which puts him in the position that he ends up. Round the class out with the young man's solid black steer. We can appreciate this one in terms of his muscle and his dimension and how explosive he is out of the top side of his skeleton. But we need to add some depth of body and put a few more pounds and soften that calf up to get him any higher today. Really, really nice set of steers with a very, very good top three. Let's give all those exhibitors a big round of applause.
Is Andrew Bohr. Second is Savannah McDonald. Third is Briar Moss. Fourth is Spencer Byers. And fifth is Dakota Mung. We are looking for the following individuals to come in for our champion middleweight. From Class 1, Paige Knott. From Class 2, Chloe Burkhart. And from Class 3, Andrew Bohr. Our Class 1 steer is 1244. Our Class 2 steer is 1264, and our Class 3 steer is 1320. Our steers from Class 1 will be Sadie Jenkins. Class 2 is Reese Barrett. And Class 3 will be Savannah McDonald. Receive $15 from the Butler Farm show cattle, and our reserve champion will receive $10 also from the Butler Farm show cattle. So we thank them for their sponsorship of the medium weight division.
Well, guys, let's give all the weight market steer exhibitors a big round of applause. I think the three black cattle that we have out here are all very similar in their type and kind, and I'm very proud of what we were able to pick from those classes, and I think that what's out here is kind of a nice resemblance of the kind of cattle and the kind of market steer that I'm looking for. We talked about the young lady steer that won that first class in the middleweights, and we really like this calf on the standstill. Square out of his loin edge, a calf that's got some center portion to his cage, one that's starting to develop some condition right there at the base of his chest floor, and one that we appreciated in terms of his structure. We just talked about him starting to duck his pins ever so slightly when we set that calf in motion, and maybe just get a little rounder out of his hip. But a calf we can appreciate on the standstill, one we really like when we get in behind him. A lot of true red meat and muscle, and a very, very nice calf that won that first class. Second calf out of that second class, boy, this one here is just a pretty steer. I mean, he's long and extended throughout the front 1/3 of his skeleton. We liked him down his top, was nice and square out of his hip. A calf that had some muscle shape, maybe not the most explosive in terms of his shape and in terms of his muscle up high all the way to down low into the lower portion of his skeleton. But I tell you what, that calf does a lot of things right and is just very, very easy on the eyes when you get off of him and evaluate what's actually there. Very, very nice class winner out of that second class. Get into that last class, and there was a very good pair of steers there between the steer that wins the class and then the gray steer to my left and y'all's right. And I think that this is just where the water really got deep for the first time today, because the cattle are very highly presented. They're good in terms of the way that they handle. I like them when I get my hands on them. This particular calf, the way that we just talked him out of that last class, just so explosive in terms of his muscle shape up high, the way that he handles off the side of his loin edge and down into his rib cage. Just a calf that's right there in terms of his condition, and at the same time keeps it all together with a really good show steer look. I think there's an obvious winner in this particular trio, and then things maybe get a little bit tighter for reserve, but I can't go on without seeing the gray calf come back out here in contention for reserve, because the young man's going to be your champion in the middleweight. Congratulations. Or smoke-covered calf out here. I think that this one, though he's not black like the rest of the cattle that we had out here in this lineup, that one sticks out like a sore thumb. I mean, really, really good in the center portion of his cage. A calf that we can appreciate in terms of his structure, long and extended throughout the front 1/3 of his skeleton. He's got some muscle and some true dimension when we get in behind him. A calf we like in terms of the overall turn to his top. A calf that we can appreciate when we get our hands on him. He gets beat in that last class just because he maybe doesn't take quite as full of a stride as that calf ahead of him, and maybe isn't quite as trim as that calf when he goes to the rail as the one that wins the class, and maybe doesn't have quite the overall true muscle dimension up high, down low, up high to down low when you get right in behind that calf. But I tell you what, that was a really good pair of steers, and I'm going to have to keep them together. Congratulations, the smoke's going to be a reserve.
Our champion middleweight is Andrew Bohr. And our reserve champion is Savannah McDonald. Congratulations to both of them. We will now start our heavyweight division. In our heavyweight division, our first class is Torrey Henry. class is Wesley Paul. His steer is 1336. Kaylee Yates, 1336. Elena Cameron, 1340. And rounding out the class with a calf of 1352 is Reed Miller. Will be Class 2 of the heavyweight division. Those individuals that need to make their way ringside were Brianna Jenkins, Faith Reiner, Caleb Fox, Gary Glassford, Cheyenne Stickles, and Owen Miller.
Here as we get into our heavyweights, and I think that there's a pretty obvious winner in my mind, and that's the young man with the gray calf, just in terms of the way that that calf handles. I love him when I get my hand over his loin eye and handle that calf the way that he ties right in there to his rib cage. A calf that's starting to develop some fat in the right places, and one that I think is market ready for sure. Very fresh to the touch when I get my hands on him, stout up high, got a big old hip in him. carries that down into a nice lower quarter. Calf that's got some center body, a calf that's extended throughout his front 1/3. Just a very logical place to start in this particular class. We do need to change this calf in terms of his structure. In this particular class, it does not hold him up at all, but he wants to get a little straighter in the angle to his shoulder, and he wants to get outside of his skeleton as he gets out and goes. But I tell you what, on the standstill, that's a calf with a lot of practicality, a lot of red meat, and a lot of muscle. That kid's done a nice job getting that calf ready for the county fair. Congratulations to him on a really nice class winner. Young lady coming in second and a young man in third. These cattle are a lot alike. They're practical. They're opened up in their loin eye. They got some cover. They got some finish. They're both starting to deposit some fat down there in the lower portion of their chest floor. And two cattle that are definitely going to go to the rail and handle it, or go to the rail extremely well and create a really nice carcass and end product for whoever ends up with those cattle. But I tell you, those cattle just need to be changed in terms of the elevation to their head and their neck, and they just need a little more show ring presence and balance to beat that steer that wins the class. But two very, very practical kind of steers that end up 2 and 3. The blue roan steer around in the corner here, we just got to change this one in terms of his overall size. If we could tone that one down in terms of his frame score and give that one a shot more rib cage and body, that calf becomes a contender because he's up-headed, he's attractive, he's very eye-appealing, and he does a nice job of getting out and moving about the ring. We just need to change him in terms of his frame score. Same goes for the steer that we round the class out with. A little taller at the point of his shoulder and a little taller there in his hip height. If we could change that about that calf and just make him a little more explosive in terms of his muscle shape and expression, he could be higher today as well. Let's give all those exhibitors a big round of applause.
All right, winning Class 1 of the heavyweight division is Wesley Paul. Second is Torrey Henry. Third is Reed Miller. Fourth is Elena Cameron. And fifth is Kylie Yates. Our next class of steers, second class heavyweights, is Brianna Jenkins with a calf that weighs 1356. Faith Reiner, also 1356. Caleb Fox, 1364. Garrett Glassford, 1368. Cheyenne Stickles, 1368. And rounding out the class is Owen Miller with a calf that weighs 1376. This is Class 2 of the heavyweight division.
Well, guys, this is a lot of fun to sort this particular class because there's a lot of differences in right two kinds. Top three cattle, but I think that you got to find the gray steer to win the class. I think in terms of his structures, where he excels over the two cattle behind him, he's not perfect by any means, but he's in that heavyweight range, and you know, he's starting to carry a little bit more steer around with him. And that being said, they're not going to be perfect structured at this weight, and I realize that. But I think just the way that this calf handles, I get my hands on him, I like him over his loin eye and over his cage, a calf that's very fresh to the touch, and I love him in terms of how extended he is throughout the front one-third of the skeleton. Definitely starting to develop some chest, or starting to develop some condition, and you can see that in his chest, but it's not distracting at all because it ties into a very up-headed, very nice kind of a calf from the side. Love his muscle expression up high, love the way he carries it down low, sets down on a big circumference of foot, just a very, very practical kind of a class winner that I think you need to find fairly handily in this particular class. Now, if you want to switch 2 and 3, I can get behind that because different guys like their cattle built a little differently, but I'm going to use the solid black steer to go 2 because I think he's just the most complete. I think he's the most fault-free. I like him the better in terms of his structure and the way that he gets out and goes about the ring, and I like him better behind his shoulder. The calf's better in the angle to his shoulder. He carries that down into his knee a little bit better than the steer that comes in third, and when the young man gets this one stopped and set up, there's a lot of good things about this calf. He's extended throughout the front one-third of his skeleton. He's level and attractive throughout his top line. He's square out of his hip, and a calf that I really appreciate when I get my hands on him. Got a big old loin eye in him, a calf that's good in terms of his yield. I think going to be good in terms of his yield and his quality grade, and just as a nice happy medium with a very practical, nice kind of a steer that runs into a really good class winner. I like you too. That's a really, really good calf. Now, if you want to use this black and white steer to beat the steer ahead of him, you could argue that, but I think where he gets beat today under me is in terms of his structure and the design to his hip and his tailhead. If we can change that junction up high and lay that tailhead down into his hip a little better and just square him off, I think that changes the look of this calf tremendously. It wants to elevate him a little bit higher and make him a little straighter in the way that his hock and his pastern's designed. But when a young man gets his tailhead cranked down, you get him parked right there, you could make a very valid argument because I like the calf when I get my hands on him. Got a big old loin in him. I love the turn to his edge and the condition over his cage. We just got to change him in how opened up he is in his chest cavity and make him a little more fluent in terms of the way he gets out and goes. But that's a very, very nice calf that I can see an argument on to put second. Very good job to the young man. Congratulations to him. Young lady bringing the black steer next. We really like this calf just in terms of practicality. He's got some muscle and dimension up high, carries it down low. Really long and extended throughout his front one-third, and a calf that I can appreciate when I get my hands on him. Just a calf that we need to change in terms of his structure so that he can compete with those 3 cattle ahead of him, but a very, very nice practical kind of a steer for the young lady that she's done a very nice job feeding. We round the class out with a really, really nice calf that's level and square out of his hooks to his pins and level down his top, has some center portion to his cage, one that gets out and moves fairly handily, just one we need to explode in terms of his muscle shape down low and make him a little more give him a little more base width to compete with those steers ahead of him. But a really, really nice set of steers. Very good trio up there up top. If you want to switch 2 and 3, I can totally get behind that argument. Congratulations to all those exhibitors. Give them a big round of applause.
Is Cheyenne Stickles. Second in the class is Caleb Fox. Third is Garrett Glassford. Fourth is Brianna Jenkins. And rounding out the class is Owen Miller. In class 3 of our heavyweight division, we are looking for Andrew Chapman, 1393, Callie Easterday, 1396, Lane Gosnell, 1400, Colton Seibert, 1406, and Mackenzie Yates, 1410.
Well, guys, a really fun class to work through with a very easy class winner in my mind. Just a calf that I think does a lot of things right. I mean, if we were to start at the ground like we've been doing all day, I think this calf in terms of his structure is just awesome. I mean, the set to his shoulder and his knee, the way that he sets and uses his hock down into his pasture, and when you ask the calf to go in motion, I mean, just does a lot of things right. I mean, pushing that upper 1,300-pound weight range and still able to move that good is very impressive. Like him in his chest floor, he's long and extended throughout the front one-third of the skeleton, still tight there, right there at his throat latch, and one that I think ties high enough out of the top side of his shoulder. A calf that I think is big and explosive in terms of his top. I love the roll to his loin edge down into his rib cage. I like the calf when I get my hands on him. A calf that's opened up, a calf that I think is good in terms of his condition, and I think a calf that's got plenty of muscle. If I get behind this calf and evaluate him up high, I think he's good up high and carries some muscle down into his lower stifle. Maybe not the stoutest at the ground and maybe not the biggest constructed in terms of base width that we've seen all day, but I tell you what, that comes with him being awesome structured and being able to get out and go on a really good running gear. Very highly presented, very, very nice calf, very easy class winner. Congratulations to the young man on a job well done. From there, it gets a little bit more challenging for me in how we sort the rest of these 4 steers in this heavyweight class, and I use the black baldy or brockle-headed calf for the young man's next because I think his up-headedness and his balance is what kind of excels him over the cattle behind him. He's extended throughout the front one-third of the skeleton, has some lower shape to him, and a calf that I really like when I get my hands on him and feel his loin eye. Just a really, really nice calf that ends up second that we need to change in terms of his hip structure and his spine to get him to beat that calf ahead of him, but a really, really nice calf that ends up in 2. Young lady brings us a very practical red baldy next in 3rd. Calf's very good in terms of his condition. I like him when I get my hands on him. He's got a big old loin eye in him. He's finished and got good condition as I handle him over his cage. One that's got some muscle, but if we could just stouten him up in terms of his bone work and maybe give him a little more base width, he can compete with that steer right ahead of him. Very, very nice steer that ends up in 3rd. Young lady coming in 4th brings us a Hereford steer that we can appreciate in his overall practicality. Got some muscle up high, has some dimension and muscle down low, and one that's definitely finished when I get my hands on him, and I commend the young lady on a job well done of getting him fed. That last steer that exited the ring, kind of similar as our Hereford steer. One we appreciate when we get our hands on him. Just need to change him in his overall look and just balance him up to get him to compete any higher today. But a really, really good set of steers in this heavyweight division. Let's give all those exhibitors a big round of applause.
Heavyweights is Andrew Chapman. 2nd is Colton Seibert. 3rd, Mackenzie Yates. 4th, Callie Easterday. And rounding out the class, Lane Gosnell. Our last class, Class 4 of heavyweights, we are looking for the following individuals. Brianna Schroyer, 1442. Taryn Payne, 1446. Sarah Henry, 1452. Bo Dugan, 1456. Skylar Yates, 1466. And rounding out the class is Reagan Barrett, 1478.
guys, this is a challenging class to evaluate, and I'll tell you the way that I see them, because the top two cattle up here on this end, you could probably argue and flip those cattle around depending on who's evaluating them. But for me today, I just take the overall look of the young lady's show steer to go ahead and win the class. Ties so high out of the top side of his shoulder, just awesome headed, super extended throughout the front 1/3 of his skeleton, nice and clean down there at the base of his chest floor. And I tell you, of all the calves we've seen today, this one's structure's awesome. I mean, he picks them up and sets them down right where he's supposed to. Flexible the way that he uses his hock and his pastern. A calf that I can appreciate in terms of his overall depth of body and how much loin edge that he has. I like the calf when I get my hands on him. I mean, is he pushing it in terms of weight? He's getting up there close to that 1,500 range, and I don't know, there's people with different, different ideas as to what the right size market steer is, and I think that varies depending on where you are and what you have to choose from. So I'm not going to let weight come into this just yet, because we're still in the heavyweights, and he's allowed to be heavy because we're in the heavyweights. So when you get to evaluating just the overall look and the overall presence of this calf, I think it just excels over the calf that's in two. Not the stoutest and not the biggest in terms of his muscle up high, and doesn't carry quite as much dimension and power as the steer that comes in two when you get right in behind him. But man, the show steer look that one gives you from the side is killer, young lady. That's an awesome, awesome calf to look at, just with a lot of style and a lot of presence. Congratulations to you on a very nice job, well done. We get into this second place calf, and in terms of overall red meat and muscle, when you evaluate this one in terms of how much muscle he's got up high, when I get my hands on this one's loin, I love the way he handles down into his rib cage and how base wide he is and how much muscle and dimension that he has. He just doesn't have the presence of that calf ahead of him. He's a little shorter in his front 1/3. He maybe doesn't tie in quite as well out of the top side of his shoulder, and he just wants to get a little bit awkward there from his hooks to his pins. But with that being said, as he falls off, he's big and round and robust when you get in behind him. That's a very, very good steer that's pushing it in terms of weight, but still going to have a very good yield as well as quality grade. So my hat's off to the young lady on doing a tremendous job feeding that market steer. Young man coming in third, really like this calf just from a practical standpoint. Got some muscle shape, has some dimension, very good when I get my hands on him, very complete and very finished. Young man just runs into two really nice steers ahead of him that probably have a little more presence and balance than the way that he ends up, but that's a very, very nice steer that I'd be proud to bring to the county fair if I was you, so my hat's off to you on a nice job. Young lady brings us a really nice red and white steer coming next. Big calf, big old rib cage, nice and stout up high, has some muscle down low. A calf that I can appreciate in terms of the structure off of his rear end, but a calf that wants to get a little too opened up in his chest cavity and just travel outside of his skeleton off of those front two, and maybe gets a little plainer in his head and his jaw and down into his chest floor, but a calf that I think does a lot of things right that the young lady's done a tremendous job feeding as well. Steer coming next. We really like this calf from a practicality standpoint. I like him when I get my hands on him. He's got a nice big loin eye. I think the calf's going to go to the rail with a real high cutability carcass given his size, and I think that that's a practical place for that calf to end up in this particular class. Round the class out with a real pounds heavy kind of a steer that we like in terms of his muscle shape and his dimension. One we just need to clean up in his front 1/3 and just make him have a little more eye appeal to beat those cattle ahead of him. Let's give all those exhibitors a big round of applause.
Winning that class is Reagan Barrett. Second is Brianna Schroyer. Third is Bo Dugan. Fourth, Taryn Payne. Fifth, Skylar Yates. And sixth, Sarah Henry. We are looking for the following individuals to select our heavyweight champion. Coming from Class 1 is Wesley Paul. His steer weighs 1336. From Class 2, we are looking for Cheyenne Stickles. Her steer weighs 1368. In Class 3, we are looking for Andrew Chapman. His steer weighs 1393. And in the last class, we are looking for Reagan Barrett, and her steer weighs 1478. From our lightweight division. Our champion lightweight was Gracie Linton, and our reserve was Haley Martz. From our middleweight division, we will be looking for Andrew Bohr and Savannah McDonald. Our heavyweight champion today will receive $15 from Boyd Show Cattle, John Boyd DVM, and Scott Boyd. And also the reserve champion will receive $10 from Boyd Show Cattle, John Boyd DVM, and Scott Boyd. We'd like to thank all those individuals that have donated to our market show. We truly appreciate everything in which they've done. Our champion, grand champion market steer will receive $25 from Walls Volt Service. Will receive a trophy from Arden Equipment, a jacket from Patriots Auction Center, a banner from Windy Rock Farm, George and Brenda Miller, and a rotating plaque from Ned Morrow Memorial Berkeley County Farm Bureau. Our reserve champion steer overall will receive $10 from SC Beard Memorial, the trophy from Arden Equipment and Repair, jacket from Matco Toys, JR and Christina Barrett, and a banner from Jefferson Security Bank. So again, we really appreciate all those individuals and the donations that they make and the support they give us.
Give all our heavyweight exhibitors out here a big round of applause. I'll be the first to admit, being a breeding cattle guy, sometimes when I leave a show, I have friends or acquaintances or things like that that say, man, you're a stickler on structure. Well, I think being a breeding cattle guy, I do. I really appreciate structure, and I appreciate cattle that can move. And I tell you what, to have these 4 particular cattle out here, especially these 2 black steers on the end in this heavyweight division that can move and pick them up and set them down and be that structurally sound, there's something to be said for that. And I think that's awesome, because it's not very often you get to go to a county fair and have cattle of this quality and this finish and look this good, and then at the same time set them in motion and watch them prowl around the ring like they have no structural issues whatsoever. And that's unheard of, and that's something that you individuals everywhere here should be extremely proud of, because the water's deep out here in the heavyweights. I think it's been deep all day. The cattle are really, really good. The kids have been awesome. This division itself is different. I think there's one calf that probably is the combination that has the most muscle shape, width, and dimension, as well as the soundest package. And then there's another calf that I think is just loaded with style and look and balance that maybe gives up the overall expression that the other calf has. And that's not to take anything away from the gray cattle up here on this end, because I think this calf is awesome in terms of how stout and robust he is in terms of his hind end, and I like his stoutness and completion up high and down low. But when we set that calf in motion like the calf in front of him, he just falls a little bit short structurally, and it's not saying he's crippled by any stretch of the imagination. It's just that these 2 black calves behind them can flat move, and that's something that I kind of keep a very close emphasis on. So I'm going to set the mic down and show you the pair of steers that I think need to be champion and reserve out here in your heavyweight division, and I look forward to having some cattle back out here to get you a champion steer. Let's give all these exhibitors a big round of applause.
And our reserve champion is Reagan Barrett. So we are now going to select our overall champion market steer. So we will need the champions from each division. So in our lightweight division, we are looking for Gracie Linton. Our middleweight division will be Andrew Bohr. And our heavyweight division will be Andrew Chapman. This is Gracie Linton. Her calf weighs 11.18. Our middleweight champion is Andrew Bohr. His steer weighs 13.20. Our heavyweight champion is Andrew Chapman, and his steer weighs 13.93. Judge Brennan Kaliga. Let's give him a round of applause for him working the cattle today. Well, let's give all these exhibitors out here in our Market Steer Show a big round of applause. Guys, I tell you what, I've had the opportunity to judge some county fairs here this summer, and I don't know if I'm allowed to pick favorites or play favorites, but the cattle at this one, especially in this market show, have been awesome, and that's something that this county here in West Virginia needs to be extremely proud of. I'm not very far from here, just about an hour and a half, and to be able to be that short of a drive from home and come to a county fair that I've never been to before and see you guys, you know, rocking and rolling with these big-time show steers is very, very, very fun for me, and I really appreciate the opportunity to come out here and get to work with you all's kids and sort through your guys' stock. So that being said, I'm not going to give a big long speech or anything like that, but I do just want to touch on one thing. If you're one of those kids that didn't maybe make it this far or didn't make it as far as you wanted to in today's show, whether that be the heifer show or showmanship or even out here in this steer show, just remember that this is where it all starts, right here at the county fair. So when I was a kid, my mom and dad bought a small farmette when I was about 12 years old, so I was a little late getting into 4-H.
And my mom and dad didn't show cattle. None of my siblings really showed cattle. My younger brother showed a little bit as I got older. But it was something that I truly just fell in love with. And I bought my very first Hereford steer from the neighbor guy for $300 when I was 12. And I took him to the county fair. He weighed 1,000 pounds. He didn't make the sale, and he was dead last in class. And I came back the next year. And now I have the opportunity to judge cattle like this at a level like this, and that's something that I'll always hold near and dear to me because I never forget where I started. And I don't want you kids to forget where you guys started either. So if you didn't do as good as you wanted to today or as good as you thought you should have, just go home and keep working at it and make sure you guys show up next year because we need you young people in agriculture more than ever. And what I've seen here at the Berkeley County Youth Fair is incredible in terms of kids, in terms of quality, in terms of cattle. It's just been awesome. So don't forget where you guys came from. Thank you all so much for having me out here. I've had an absolute blast sorting through your all's cattle today. Let's give all these steer exhibitors one more big round of applause, and I'll get you a pair of champions.
Second place, so reserve champion in the middleweight division, that will be Savannah McDonald. This steer weighs 1326.
Sorry to those of you that are tired of me talking, but I just wanted to grab the microphone one more time and just evaluate and show you the way that I see this gray steer because I think he's worth mentioning because he got stuck behind a really, really good calf that just ended up winning our market steer show. We talked about this calf earlier. We just loved him in terms of his top and how level and smooth and the way he tied everything together. His transitions are good. We loved him in his rib cage. Just as we started to really evaluate this calf, we wondered, was he as explosive and did he have as much muscle up high and did he carry it as well down low? And then did he tie it all together and move quite as good as that steer that won that division that just ended up winning our show? I think that's the biggest red flag for me as we evaluate him next to this calf that's in reserve is structure. I don't think either one of these cattle are quite as explosive and quite as stout and robust all the way around as our champion steer. So as I break that down and get off the cattle and watch them move, I need to use the calf that I think is the best in terms of their structure because I think I've been preaching that all day, and that'll be the young man out of the heavyweights. Congratulations. Good job, buddy. Nice step.
All right, our overall champion was Andrew Bohr. Our overall reserve champion was Andrew Chapman. So congratulations to those individuals. We will need to be getting pictures taken. Also at this time, I'd like to thank Windy Rock Farm, George and Brenda Miller for sponsoring our rate of gain sponsorship there for the first, second, and third place individuals. So we truly appreciate that. Also, we'd like to thank Ernest C. Van Meter Memorial, Windy Rock Farm, George and Brenda Miller for them also sponsoring the Beef Herdsman, and those will be plaques and first place money will be given to those individuals. So we truly appreciate all the sponsorships of all of our beef sponsors this year. Thank you for attending our show, and we'll see you in 2024.
With 4 new car dealerships and 4 used car dealerships in 3 states, Parsons is the largest used car and fastest growing new car dealer in the tri-state area. Take Parsons Ford with huge savings on hundreds of new Fords, financing from 0%. Parsons' goal of financing for all, and Parsons' famous above-market trade-in allowances that help make Parsons #1 for used cars too. See why so many won't buy anywhere but Parsons Ford in Martinsburg. We became #1 by making you #1 first.